Ya después del tuyo ya no.
Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, all. Please be seated so we can start today's session.
Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, all. We will start this session of the third conference of the parties of the Escazú Agreement. After yesterday's opening session and the celebration of Mother Day that made us gather together around this highly significant day, and after celebrating with Chilean wine, I really want to thank you on a personal basis. And I will also thank you to please give me an additional gift throughout these days, and we can obtain a plan for the defenders of human rights in environmental matters that will allow us to implement this such important aspect of our agreement. We resume the meetings and we start with the work of this conference, and now we need to take into consideration the provisional agenda according to the rules of procedure of the Conference of the Parties. It mentions that at the beginning of each meeting, the provisional agenda shall be submitted to the conference for review, for revision, and adoption. In compliance with this rule, you have available the document LC/COP-EZ.3/1, February 19, 2024, with the annotated provisional agenda. And it was published and circulated 8 weeks in advance, along with the other official documents of the conference. I would like to note to delegations that the provisional agenda is available in the web page of the agreement. The provisional agenda proposes the following. Point 1, it's organizational aspects or matters where we are working right now. A, the approval of the provisional agenda. B, credentials of the state parties. And C, the elections of the board. 2, the reports of the presiding officers and secretariat. 3, reports of the support committee to application and compliance. 4, consideration and approval of the action plan for the defenders of human rights in environmental matters. 5, the national implementation of the Escazú Agreement. 6, other matters. 7, approved decision-making process. This agenda specifically talks about the topics related to the conference. We should not confuse it with the mechanism of organization of the work. And I would like to invite you to follow the mechanism of organization of the work through the table available in the web page that has the different schedules in which we are proposing that each of these official activities, as well as other activities carried out around the conference, can all be done. Therefore, with regard to the agenda, I would like to invite to the room and comments, should there be any comments. The floor is open. Bolivia? Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to all colleagues. With regard to the agenda, we would want the chair to explain how the proposal that Bolivia presented will be taken into consideration. And it was sent as early as possible for discussion in this area. We have highlighted in the virtual meeting of the COP, and we are specifically interested in having the special time to continue with the discussion of what we want is to create a regional committee of the implementation of the Escazú agreement that is inclusive, democratic, organic, with the participation and implementation of the government, the people, and the indigenous people. And we would really like to know how the chair and the secretariat are going to take into consideration this proposal as in the document of the provisional agenda does not express that this will be discussed during these meetings. Therefore, could you please explain how to take this into consideration? Thank you, Bolivia. A very timely participation, as this allows me to explain how to carry out this aspect of the different work. And yes, we have received the proposal of the delegation from Bolivia, and we have held consultations, including the presiding officers. We have taken into account that according to the rules of procedure, Bolivia's proposal should be contemplated in other matters. In our organization of the work, this is going to be developed tomorrow. Tomorrow will be discussed. Given the importance of the proposal and how interested we are in reading it, we have also consulted on how to organize this consideration by not modifying the agenda, as it is not necessary to do so, but adapting the organization of our work. And we have reviewed the table of the document in the schedule. So we understand that tomorrow there's more than 1 hour to read some of the reports, including the report of the Committee to Support Implementation and Compliance, and we will try to modify that schedule. We will be talking to the chair of the committee And we will check with her what the presentation will be like so that tomorrow morning we might delve into other matters. Therefore, we would start in the morning with other matters, and the first point might be Bolivia's proposal, and we would continue then up to the coffee break, where we will have a break, the special session, and we would return to other matters during the afternoon as it was originally established by also regarding other proposals so that we can have all of them taken into account, all of the proposals. And this is why at the beginning of my presentation, I was separating the agenda and the way in which those topics are going to be distributed in the different schedules of this activity. If there is nothing else to mention about the agenda, we can approve it, so it's approved. We will now then talk about point 2 of the approved topics. It's the credentials of states. In this area, the rules of procedure establish that the credentials of the representatives and any advisory people will be communicated to the secretariat, having to communicate any different any changes to the groups. The credentials have to be issued by the head of state or by the foreign affairs minister of each state party to be able to support the parties in this area. The secretariat on a timely basis published a model of the proper credentials, and according to the rules of procedure, the presiding officers will be checking the credentials and will be presenting it to the conference of the parties. Therefore, we are inviting the representative of the table to present the report on credentials on behalf of the presiding officer. I understand, and according to what Secretariat is representing, so Lucia Kate Wilson, you have the floor.
President of the Conference of Parties, officials of the ECLAC Escazú Secretariat, elected representatives of the public, distinguished members of the Committee to Support Implementation and Compliance, other invited persons, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the presiding officers, I have the pleasure to provide the report of credentials for COP3 pursuant to Rule 6.4 of the Rules of Procedure. After examining the credentials submitted by parties as of the 22nd of April 2024, which was yesterday, the representatives of all state parties present have submitted copies of credentials issued either by a head of state or government or by a minister of foreign affairs. Delegations are requested to submit originals to the Secretariat as soon as possible, and the Conference of Parties is invited to take note of this oral note. I thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Kate. Muchas gracias, Santa Lucía.
Thank you, St. Lucia. I offer the floor. Since there are no objections, we request the Secretariat to follow the report that was received, and therefore this item will be approved because the first one, election of the presiding officers, will be considered tomorrow. We now go into item number 3 of the provisional agenda, that has been approved. Reports of the presiding officers of the Secretariat and of the elected representatives from the public. As a chair of the presiding officer, I am to submit the report of activities conducted by the presiding officers between April 23 and April 24. From the last date where we brought the report on the COP held in Buenos Aires until today. In order to inform on the activity of the presiding officers, I'd like to refer to three items, activities conducted during that period, the meetings that were held during that period, and the compliance we have adopted to decision 1.3 of the COP that was held here in this city in 2022. The presiding officers have had ample work during this last period. After the election of the support committee for the compliance that was held in the extraordinary special meeting in Buenos Aires, the presiding officers have supported, together with the secretariat, the um, implementation of that committee, and especially the working modalities, which fortunately have been approved yesterday. The presiding officers have also supported the working groups on defenders of human rights in environmental matters. That was a task that had to do with preparing an action plan that we will submit to the your consideration in this very same session. Fortunately, this project has been successfully concluded by the countries that led that process. They are Chile, Ecuador, St. Kitts and Nevis. The presiding officers have also supported the organization and participation of the second annual forum on human rights defenders in environmental matters. We were happy to celebrate in September last year that meeting in Panama City with wide participation and with very positive results. This outcome was very important for the work of that group in preparation for the Defenders Plan. The presiding officers worked also in the preparation of the decision projects that are being submitted to your consideration in this very same meeting. They were already analyzed at the pre-conference on March 4th, 20 this year, this same year, in a virtual meeting. And naturally, we have also dedicated efforts to prepare this same meeting. And I would like to highlight the work conducted by the presiding officers, and this has taken place with the warmth and goodwill of all representatives of state parties, and naturally with the necessary support of the Secretariat. Once more, I wish to thank for their excellent work. In 2023, the presiding officers held 4 virtual meetings April, June, July, and December. And in 24, we have already held 3 virtual meetings in January, February 15th, and April 12th. I know this may sound tedious, but it's important that I tell you about this so that the report of the conference may take note of these meetings and the ongoing and the functioning of our group. I finally would like to refer to the third item I already talked about that is part of my report. That has to do the mandate coming from Decision 1.3, first a meeting of COP at Escazú that was held here in Santiago City. That has to do with the rules of makeup and functioning of the support group on implementation and compliance. And it states the following. First, the conference approved the rules for the makeup and functioning for this group as part of Annex 1 of this decision. This, by the way, is how the Committee on Implementation is functioning. These rules by which the group was set up, rules for the chair, working modalities, and this is therefore an operative committee at the end of this COP. The decision continues with paragraph number 2. The conference requests the Secretariat to translate and circulate the proposals of the delegation from Bolivia as submitted in the first COP meeting. Paragraph 3. The conference requests the chair that, with the support of the Secretariat, a consultation take place with state parties and with the participation of the public as well in order to analyze the compatibility of these proposals with the approved text in order to improve the rules for the setting up and functioning of the committee. And when appropriate, that be considered in the next COP meeting so as to strengthen the implementation of the agreement. This is the summarized text of the decision from the first COP. In compliance with this decision, the Secretariat indeed translated into English the Bolivian proposal on May 23rd, 2022. The proposal in both languages was uploaded to COP's website, that is, for the COP1 meeting on that same date, that is May 23rd. And this was circulated through email on July the 20th of 2022 at the request of the chair that started the consultation period that we had been entrusted to by Decision 1.3. 3 months were allowed to receive comments from state parties, and the deadline was October 2022. No comments were received during that 3-month period. The combination that was circulated by the Secretariat at the request of the chair stated the following. In following paragraphs 1 and 3 of Decision 1.3 of COP, the Secretariat is circulated in Spanish and English the proposal from the Bolivian delegation as submitted in the first COP, having to do with the rules of composition and functioning of the committee to support implementation. Bear in mind the fact that these rules, have already been adopted unanimously with the full participation of the public, thus complying with the consultation period that is needed. The chair invites state parties and the public to indicate in a 3-month period if there are any elements that have not been already been made part of it and that will perhaps improve the already adopted rules. If no comments are received during these 3 months, then it will be believed that there are no elements to be addressed in order to integrate, to make more compatible or even improve the already adopted rules. Since no comments were received from any state parties nor from the public, the chair and the secretariat stated that the decision 1.3 was passed. And this was communicated to the presiding officers who did agree with that interpretation. Without any pending action by the chair, the secretariat, or the presiding officers related to the decision on the first COP just mentioned, then we believed it was not necessary to continue to consider that in this COP meeting, as according to the decision on COP number 2. This is the report of the chair. I will hand over to the secretariat to continue with the report of the secretariat. You have the floor. Thank you, Chair. Afterwards, a PowerPoint presentation in both languages will be made available with the details of the Secretariat's activity during that period. One of the main activities conducted by the Secretariat in that period has to do with the support to the countries that are in the process of ratifying the treaty. As a result of these efforts and the efforts of each country, we have been able to have a new party in this COP, and I'm talking about Dominica, as has already been stated yesterday. The ratification of Dominica was brought in on April 22nd, the day of Mother Earth, thus complying with the 90 days. And once this instrument is departed, we will have a new state party amounting to 16 countries. To the Secretariat, the support to all countries, state parties, or countries that are part of Annex 1 is very important. So during this period, we are conducting many activities in these countries to disseminate what the agreement is all about and to find other additions.
The other important thing that the Secretariat has been involved in has to do with support for the startup of the Committee for the Implementation and Compliance of the Escazú Agreement, a subsidiary body created by the treaty. We have facilitated 4 official meetings of this committee that, as you know, are open to the public as well as the parties. And the first was on August the 10th and 11th in person, and where functions of the committee were taken on, and the process to elaborate and discuss the first draft of these modalities of work began, which is a document drafted precisely by the committee to facilitate procedures within compliance of the rules that the COP adopted at the first COP meeting. And also, there was an analysis done of compared experiences of all committees existent in our international agreements in order to provide precedents on the best practices in support of various committees to the conference of the parties and the public, and facilitate that these procedures be efficient and quick. We had 3 meetings of the Committee for Implementation and Compliance in 2023, and another one at the start of this conference in April the 22nd, precisely for a last discussion of the modalities, and a fourth session that we are facilitating for April the 24th. No, he corrects himself, April 25th, and that I hope all parties may attend to learn of the work of the committee in the coming period. These modalities have already been adopted, and as I said, the framework is the rules adopted by the COP, the first conference of the parties meeting. And one of the most important work that we've had has been the design, the setup of the platform for operation of the committee in future, and to facilitate the implementation by the parties and the public, and that will be presented in successive days. Another of the activities where the Secretariat has been involved has to do with precisely the preparatory meeting of the COP that, as the chair well said, was in an online format on March the 4th last. And the preparatory conferences of the COP meeting traditionally are held March the 4th in commemoration of the date when the Escazú agreement was adopted. And at that conference, at that pre-conference, the aim was precisely to learn of all decision projects, but in particular the one on the action plan for the defenders of human rights and environmental matters. 149 people connected to the meeting, 12 states parties, members of the Republic, the committee, and various organizations, observers, as well as parties, and as well as UN agencies. And I believe I recognize here the High Commissioner, UNEP, and others. And now the recording of the meeting is available at the website and YouTube. The other main activity, following the activities mentioned by the chair, have to do with the organization of this COP3 meeting, which is ordinary, and the support for the presiding officers. I am pleased to report that we have registered and confirmed more than 600 people for this COP meeting, considering that the capacity of this hall and participation is excessive. And so only 250 fit here, and an important effort has been made to facilitate additional registrations with 2 side halls, and we thank everyone, members of the public who have not been able to attend, and so they run with the waiting list. Basically, the public is 2/3 of the people who have registered and confirmed for this meeting. And so therefore, we are very satisfied of the facilities provided. We have also facilitated 30 parallel events that are occurring in parallel to the COP at different moments when the conference is not meeting. And all of this is to move ahead with the organization of the COP. We've held 9 meetings of the presiding officers, and this has been continuous work. And so we thank the steering officers for their constant availability and disposition towards these meetings, as they have not been announced with too much advance notice. And it has helped to reach a consensus for the program. The different aspects are seen. And so the COP has a specific web for this third meeting, and where we will upload all documents, official as well as others that the different delegations consider, and that will show also the decisions made by the meeting. Another major effort by the Secretariat and that we consider is a core element and nourishes one of the decisions of this COP has to do with support for implementation. Working with several parties and different players, a roadmap was devised and that could be used as a model for by different countries to guide implementation. That includes support all the way from the creation of a baseline to identify possibilities and aspects where the country may begin implementing, identifying the agents within the public sector as well as the various organizations that may facilitate governance and actions in implementing the agreement, consultations on the action plans, and of course, identification of opportunities for cooperation. Two lines. One, to be defined at each place, but also identifying opportunities for cooperation by a party to other parties as a result of aspects where one party may provide collaboration to another. As a result of all this work to date, we have strong activities, developing roadmaps and implementation pathways in 7 countries, Argentina, Belize, Mexico, Ecuador, St. Lucia, and Uruguay, that will be presented subsequently. And all parties are urged to join in the effort, and that, of course, is supported by many colleagues in other agencies of the UN systems, as well as others beyond the UN. The other process that the Secretariat has been facilitating and that has guided a lot of its activity has to do with developing decision point 6 on the defenders of human rights and environmental matters. And as you will recall, at the first COP, working group was created ad hoc, open composition on the defenders of human rights and environmental matters. And that group, the aim was precisely to reach a proposal, a proposed regional action plan, the result of the COP, and for which there were 4 open meetings in October 22, August, November 23, and February 24. 6 coordination meetings. There's been a session since the last COP of the forum, and there I will refer to the annual report on defenders, and also the pre-COP was touched on. There's been active participation by the public, and the outcome is this plan that all of you are considering as one of the decisions to be taken at this COP meeting. And we also must thank Chile, Ecuador, and St. Kitts and Nevis for their constant work in coordinating this group, and that once again I highlight that it's open and that all parties to the agreement have been able to take part. And the annual forum on defenders of human rights in Latin America and the Caribbean, it was held September 26, 27, 28. There were almost 500 people, just under, taking part, and many proposals were received from resulting from different working groups, and this will be printed out if whoever would like to read a copy. And so this forum was one of the core elements, the first as well as the second, in order to adopt proposals coming from all black players, including the public. And there was also a broad participatory process, if you recall, in order to draft the plan for the defenders, consultation process for an index as well as the version that you have on the table. And participation here has been very active. And also it was on the website, we had a platform in order to receive queries, a sort of questionnaire that could be filled out on the web, but also sent in by other means to the Secretariat. And we received a total of 816 questionnaires, 502 using the website and 314, I believe he said, by email. Of 21 countries in the region, 291 at an individual level and 525 as an organization, civil society organization of indigenous people and others who send in different organizations that worked as a group. And so I would like to thank the elected representatives of the public that made our work easier to coordinate the contributions by these various participants. And we should highlight that some countries here where participation was extremely active, and by the way, they are not party, but participation by the active was very active, as well as in cases of El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala. And also learn of the role of women. 57% of the contributions were made by women, whereas 39% were by men. And there is 4% that is unidentified. So lastly, I would like to mention the regional public mechanism through which the Secretariat communicates, quite aside from the communications that states parties may have with everyone who is registered through the mechanism. We send out very few bulletins because we don't want them to be seen as spam, but they include the central activities that the Secretariat is carrying out throughout the year, next meetings and so on. But it is important that all of the information be made available through the Escazú Agreement website. As you can see, there are more than 10,000 people that have registered in the public mechanism, the regional public mechanism. And lastly, mention some of the regional activities and global activities that we have carried out since April 2023. We've taken part in Infomea, the Conference of the Parties, of the Framework Conference on Climate Change, with activities organized by the parties as well as the public in relation to climate change, and also the 10th Council of Ministers of Environmental Sustainability of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, and with whom we're working a lot in order to get information on what the implementation and also implementing the agreement. As you know, the Escazú Agreement has an observatory of 10, which is for the exchange of information and where we update all of the information on progress made in the region with regard to the topics of the agreement. And we like to thank everyone who sent us new updates, jurisprudence, and that are, well, and very many different materials as well. Now, I'm trying to conclude. This period has been prolific in terms of publications since the last conference of the parties until this one. We have had publications by the plans for implementation and roadmap of Argentina, Ecuador, and St. Lucia. That has been precisely come here as one of the premise. And also we have translated the Escazú Agreement into Dutch, thinking that the language would be important so that Suriname may learn of the agreement and become a state party. And with the government of Chile, it has been translated into Maputo and the Easter Island language. Likewise, the report of the last meeting of the Forum of Defenders, and we're working on a document on decisions of guarantee and jurisprudential organs in terms of access to information, as well as prepared a flyer on the committee so that everyone may understand how it would work and may follow the procedures.
Concluyendo,
So in this conference, just to conclude, there's also been a summon for articles or papers in order to focus on the academic sector. And we've received 35 proposals. 12 concept notes were selected to work on those topics and to present them on Friday. And the chair and the secretariat actually has already mentioned this. Upon request of Bolivia and as a result of the Conference of the Parties, the secretariat translated and circulated the proposals for the plurinational of the plurinational state of Bolivia, and this has been reported. With this, I will conclude, and I thank you all for your support to the Secretariat. Thank you. Thank you to the Secretariat for the report. We will now receive the third report, in this case of the representative of the public that have been elected. And I'd like to offer the floor to Argentina. Thank you. Good morning. I have good and bad news to begin. The good news is that the process we've been carrying out for several days and in several conversations that we've had to get to know what has been done in this last year, the good news is that we've received many communications, messages, and communiques. The bad news is that I have very few minutes. I cannot tell you all this in detail unless we stay until nighttime. But clearly, this shows how positive everything we've been doing with the public has been. We are a relevant stakeholder for the Escazú agreement. Having said this, the intention in these few minutes is to make an outline of the actions carried out in this last year. We're not going to delve into details because we don't have time. So we've made contributions in terms of the action plan and also with the process of the committee. We've created workshops for the defenders throughout the region, workshops for journalists with special emphasis on everything we have. We have journalists increasingly talking about Escazú. We've also talked about the pillars, the challenges, the priorities, and we've had workshops with and for youth and childhood. We've also held conversations with partners and specialists of constitutional right and international law. Constitutional international law. We've made trainings for indigenous communities, and from this place, we've also raised proposals of different networks and indigenous peoples of the entire region. We've had different investigations to understand the status of nationalities that have a direct relationship with Escazú. We've also worked strongly and will continue to do so, so that gender perspective is considered in everything that has to do with the process. We've seen debates in provincial and national universities. We've held different diagnoses of the situation in different areas and pillars of the agreement, also trainings in community spaces, interreligious spaces, national meetings of civil society, and we've promoted everything that has to do with sub-regional networks, as is the case of Central America and the Caribbean. Please don't be bored. It's a long list, and we don't have much time, but there's a lot more. We've been working a lot on communications and social media, and it's important for more people, more organizations, and groups to learn and talk about the agreement. We've taken it to community radios, national radios. We've also held conferences, press conferences, as we've seen these past few days around the action plan. We've also held different campaigns in social media so that the agreement can reach more places, and so we increase participation. We've also carried out other processes in those countries that are part of the implementation process, and we've also worked for countries that are not member states to be member states, for them to become, and we've worked in every corner of the region. We've held meetings with different ministries, provincial ministries, because we understand that the implementation at a subnational level is of the utmost importance. Trainings to public officials and authorities so that they too will learn about Escazú. We've also held an agreement, signed an agreement for accountability by different governments in the region. We have innovated with cultural festivals, understanding that culture is a space through which we can make this agreement known. Spaces for children, adolescents, youth. The Escazú agreement has also been taken to the ELECOI processes in different parts of the region. We've held meetings and conversations to socialize experiences and learning processes throughout the region in order to obtain feedback from the public. In this sense, we've also participated in the Amazon Summit and COP28 on climate change, and will soon participate in COP17 on biodiversity. These agreements are cross-cutting and fundamental to other processes such as climate change and biodiversity, among others. We've been working with a special emphasis on different territories with social environmental conflicts that are quite severe. We understand that the Escazú agreement must be known in every corner of our region, and it demands these rights that some don't have, and that is why the public has been working strenuously. I'm close to the end. Please don't fall asleep. The representatives elected, public representatives elected, and national networks, subnational and sub-regional networks, because the more participation we have, the better the process will be. We've held conversations and we're building bridges with those who make up the public and the Arhus agreement. As you know, it is a cousin of the Escazú agreement, and we feel that feedback amongst both is of the utmost importance, especially to better understand a process that has existed for 25 years. We've promoted the participation and persistence of the sub-regional networks in the Caribbean, Latin America, and the regional networks in the region as well. We've participated in academic conversations in national courts, national congresses. We will continue to do this, to continue to take the Escazú agreement everywhere necessary. I don't have enough time to delve into everything we've done with the public this year, but the list is quite extensive, but we have an objective that we feel is core. So to conclude, I'm going to briefly change to English.
Representatives of the public, we know that one of the main priorities is a better and greater integration between the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, as well with Brazil, because we don't want language to be a barrier to build a unique region that works together and articulated to make Escazú transform realities in every corner of our region. Eu não falo português e me desculpo. Eu quero dizer que o público, o Brasil pode contar com uma equipe de representantes eleitos do público para trabalhar em conjunto.
We apologize, but Portuguese is not a working language.
Y es por eso también.
To conclude, we are working on a report that will summarize everything that has been done from the public side all this year, and we hope that this will continue throughout the years in a regional context where government changes are frequent. This means that sometimes the position towards Escazú may change, but we will continue to participate and promote the Escazú agreement. It is those of us who represent the public, and that is why our participation is so important, and we will say it as many times as necessary. You can continue to count on us. We will be of help, and you will see us in the hallways every time. This has been a very, very brief summary. Perhaps the next time we can do a full day to share what is being done by the public. It is a lot, and we celebrate it. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Mijail.
Thank you, Mijail. Thank you to the representatives of the public. And this is a summary made by all of them. It has been collaborative and a fundamental pillar of the work that we've carried out throughout this period. With this, we can conclude item 3 of the order of the day. We have a request from Bolivia. Yes, I'd like to clarify something regarding the report by the Secretariat. Bolivia is one of the most motivated countries to implement the Escazú Agreement. We are one of the first countries to ratify the Escazú Agreement. We feel the Escazú Agreement can be an instrument to live in harmony and in balance with Mother Earth. However, since the first COP, Bolivia has identified that we had two paths to follow. The first was to advance with a process that simply transferred responsibilities to a committee of 7 experts, restricting the direct participation of government, the public, and indigenous peoples. And another is a structure for implementation of the Escazú Agreement, integrating direct participation of government, public, and the indigenous peoples in a more inclusive modality, more participative, democratic, and organic. And in this framework, Mr. Chair, you remember that Bolivia was inclined to the second option and presented a proposal for discussion of the proposal and the operation of the support of the agreement. In this context, we agreed on the proposal made by you and including the proposal by Bolivia opening a consultation process and considering the results of this process, this consultation process in the second ordinary meeting. And in this meeting, you have informed us, and I feel that that is quite strange, that no country sent any comments to that request to move forward in the compatibility of the Bolivian proposal. Bolivia assumed that there was work to do here to move forward with the compatibility of our proposal with the composition rules approved in the first COP. And our Minister of Foreign Affairs resent this note on October 19th to ECLAC through the corresponding channels with our proposal for to make compatible our proposal with the experts committee, with the mechanism, and this was a reply on October 22nd, but actually you now say that there was no documentation and that the chair has not received any comments to the request by the chair. Bolivia did send it, chair and secretariat. We did send a proposal to move forward with that work. Furthermore, we also request that you socialize and share the agenda, because we would like to have open, frank dialogue with the other governments on how we think a more inclusive, democratic participation of indigenous peoples should be within the Escazú Agreement. We sent this request, and we would like to see and know what this agenda will be like, and we have not received an answer to any of these.
La segunda COP.
In the second COP in 2023 last year, again, Bolivia was highly motivated at participating in the proposals on discussing this agreement. And we sent a new note to the Secretariat respectfully requesting on March 2023 why the silence, why no response from the Secretariat to the proposal we sent. And we did not receive a response. We never received a response from the Secretariat or the chair to this consultation process. Therefore, we are really surprised when we hear that no country was motivated in continuing with this discussion, and that this decision is not going to be taken into consideration. So I think we should continue in these processes with transparency, dialogue, to find ourselves, to leave no one behind, to find all the necessary context. In Bolivia, we have a sentence, and this means to dialogue until reaching consensus. We believe that in this scenario, we should continue that philosophy from the Aymara people to really establish a dialogue until reaching context. And that is the spirit of the first COP meeting, and to open this consultation possibilities until reaching agreements and balance and moving forward in the Escazú agreement with the flexibility of Bolivia, the one that we presented in the first COP. We decided to continue with the consultation process, and we understand that we should have had the incorporation of a specific agenda to continue in this COP, but unfortunately, this is not the case again, where Bolivia, being very flexible in supporting the Escazú agreement, we are accepting to open a dialogue space for our proposal in other matters. And we will be doing so. We will continue exploring to presenting our vision, our perspective of the parties and the public. And we understand that there is a need to have a new subsidiary body that can have the participation of indigenous people. We have seen that the indigenous people are the guards and protectors of Mother Earth. They don't only have to be as a discourse or a narrative, they have to be active. And this is how we created our proposal. And Chair, we will continue with the dialogue. We hope, as you have expressed, that there will be a time for discussing this proposal and continue working along those lines. But I would suggest that we can review the communication, the official communication, so that the report can be corrected and thus go through the adjustments necessary, as there are documents that exist that the plurinational state of Bolivia has sent, and there have been no responses. And we will be sending it again so that it can be found in the records of the meeting and in the records of the Escazú agreement. Thank you very much, Chair. And also, we want to congratulate the public for the tremendous effort they do in the implementation of these activities. Thank you very much. Thank you, Bolivia. I really thank you, and send me the information. The chair, from the very first conference of the parties, has always been very flexible to the different proposals of the plurinational state of Bolivia. The whole conference has been highly flexible in the proposals and interventions. And again, I want to repeat that we have not received any type of consideration during the consultation period, according to 1.3 resolution of the first conference of the parties. What is so important in this case is that we are within a conference of the parties, and the dialogue is still open between the parties, with the public, with the participation of the public. And I, on a personal basis, have an excellent relationship and wonderful dialogue with representatives of sectors such as the youth, as indigenous people, where in each opportunity that we have had, we have kept highly fruitful and extensive discussions and dialogues and exchange, where I have really learned about the needs, the philosophy, and contributions to our work. We now should be taking into consideration point number 5, national implementation of the agreement. We are slightly delayed with our work, and I will just be presenting the introduction of this point. as we will be organizing this topic with two fundamental contents. One first part that will not last for more than 1 hour, and it will be for Argentina, Belize, Chile, Ecuador, Mexico, St. Lucia, and Uruguay can present their progress and their roadmap and national implementation plan for each of those cases, as it is the states that have initially started with this work. We will then continue in the second part of this topic to analyze the decision-making process of the table, and that was presented to the plenary of the conference. The national implementation plans aim to lay the groundwork for full and effective implementation of the state's parties. It is in this case that we have the support of ECLAC as secretariat, and their ECLAC has proposed an 8-step methodology which can be adapted to or adjusted according to the needs. And basically, it is different steps. Step number 1 is the creation of a baseline where there is an identification of the current status, the situation of that specific state party in terms of access to information, participation, access to justice, and the protection of defenders of human rights and environmental matters. It is that baseline that usually wants to compare the disposals of the agreement with legislation and with national practices to obtain conclusions related to the proper compliance of the adaptability of the national standards to those that come in the agreement itself. Step number 2 is called the creation of the stakeholders, and this is different sectors, entities, organizations that are either public or private, and how the civil society and the public are organized in the implementation of the agreement and for the compliance of the access to rights for each of the states party that apply the methodology. Step number 3, proposed by ECLAC's methodology, includes the organization of the interinstitutional coordination. This is a basic acknowledgement that is fully accepted where the access to right means a cross-cutting element in the governments, but also in the society's different government entities, and certainly in different social sectors that are all involved in these areas. Evidently enough, that tremendously wide group of stakeholders has to be organized and coordinated so the roadmap can be implemented. Step number 4 proposes a definition of a governance system. The roadmap has to take it to a plan that has to be carried out somehow. And this needs a certain level of governance that is wide, acknowledged, and transparent. And the methodology expresses that these roadmaps have a final definition. Step 6, and I am coming close to the end of the 8 steps. Please don't fall asleep, as Mikhail was saying. I do ensure you that coffee is coming. And step 5 is proposing a design of a participation strategy for the analysis of opportunities and improvement and definition of priority actions. This whole diagnosis, this whole identification of stakeholders, this whole coordination has to be done through participation. And it will be wonderful that the implementation of the Escazú agreement not done with participation. The step 5 then defines that the roadmap should design a participation strategy related to each of the realities, to each of these societies and countries, and so that there can be an identification of improvements and those priority actions, because the Escazú agreement is quite wide. It needs progressive activities, progressive improvement, connectivity, and this is what we are looking for. Step 6, the implementation of some actions that were already identified as priority activities, including a participation strategy. Step 7, identifying the priority actions to be implemented. And the last step, step 8, the regional cooperation to identify aspects in which each of the parties can cooperate at regional level. The Escazú agreement are part of establishing standards or the minimum basis for the access rights and the protection of defenders. A part of all this, it looks for a cooperation area, an area that is a horizontal cooperation area, because each one has something to offer, and methodology wants to identify those aspects. How can a state party cooperate at regional level and thus include in their own roadmap by taking into consideration their own national implementation and how to provide cooperation for others? Now, I would like to review the application of these 8 steps for the countries that have already started the creation of this tool. We can express that some have already fulfilled the different tasks and others are almost ready. As I already mentioned it earlier, we have involved in this Argentina, Belize, Chile, Ecuador, Mexico, St. Lucia, and Uruguay. Ecuador and Argentina presented their plans in the year 2023. They ended with a document that was published and it was public knowledge, all these different steps, and it was done in the year 2023. St. Lucia, we can be very happy and proud to express they just published their plan during this COP. I have not received it yet, but I really hope you can send it to me.
Chile has concluded its plan at the beginning of 2024. And I think it's now being printed, right? We can still applaud Chile. Thank you. You may recall Chileans' plan in their presentation because there was a very interesting graph, very representative graph of Chile. Belize, Mexico, and Uruguay are making headway so as to have their plan during this year or at the latest, the beginning of 25. I will say that in Uruguay we are rowing. I don't know if that sounds correct in English, but we are rowing to hopefully reach July 24. Nothing better than the state representatives in order to make the true presentation of the status of each country. But let me tell you, the rules of procedure number 3524 states that the chair must respect coffee break. Therefore, I adjourn now to a coffee break, and afterwards we will hear the country presentations.
11:15 nos reencontramos.
We'll be back at 11:15.
Como dicen en el avión, se han
As they say in the aircraft, doors are closed, and so we're ready for takeoff. Two announcements, or better said, two requests made by the Secretariat on account of the organization and that I will convey to everyone. There are some seats that are reserved, especially on the margins of the hall. They have an indicator. We ask that you please do not use them unless you are one of the persons identified to do so. The second request is to the public. Those of you who are located in the area half of the room towards the back. When you leave the room, there's a special request that you should not leave any personal items behind. And when you leave the room, please do so taking your computer, your bags and things. Do not leave any personal items in the hall. There are two issues there. One is, of course, security, but also the number of persons in the hall. Where what we want is for the hall to be always full. If you leave your things here and then you go off to another activity and you leave a seat as taken, someone else who is unable to join. So please respect that criteria. So, thank you very much. Thank you for your understanding. And the ultimate aim is always that everyone can take part, enter the room and feel comfortable.
Volvemos entonces,
Let's return then to item 5 on the agenda, international implementation. Before coffee, we were making reference to the methodology proposed by ECLAC and to these countries that have begun the works or have concluded the work in order to count with a roadmap and national implementation plan. We're going to have some time to listen to their presentations, to know their experiences, to take these practical experiences and apply them to our realities and see how the agreement is implemented in each case. I would like to first invite Ecuador. Nancy Fabiola Sarrae Undersecretary of Environmental Quality of the Ministry of Water and Ecologic Transition of Ecuador, will be making Ecuador's remarks. Ecuador, as I mentioned in the first part, was the first country to conclude and publish this a year ago. They established a set of conditions to be implemented in the short, medium, and long term. We would like, therefore, for the Secretariat to share with us the actions that they could have begun and how these priority actions have been developed.
Buenos días, señor presidente, estimados secretarios públicos en general.
Good morning. My name is Ariel Zambrano. I would like to excuse our Undersecretary, Nancy Sarrade, who had to return to our country today, and I will be making her remarks. Distinguished authorities, brothers and sisters of the Republic of Chile, Marcelo Golcilla, President of the, or Chairman of the Conference of the Parties of Escazú, authorities, members of delegations, representatives of the UN and other international organizations that are with us here today, defenders of the environment, friends all. I would like to greet you on behalf of Ecuador and thank the Republic of Chile for hosting us. It is an honor and privilege for me to be here today and to present the advances, which, as we mentioned a year ago in COP2, we have been working with the roadmap that was implemented. This meeting allows us to share knowledge, experiences, and best practices, and to join in an effort where the world is experiencing increasingly difficult challenges, since the triple climate crisis to other social aspects, challenges of all sorts, and it is of the essence for us to join forces as a regional and global community in order to address these in an effective manner. We need tangible and effective solutions, and in this sense, the Escazú Agreement represents a unique opportunity. By joining forces around this agreement, we can advance towards concrete solutions that will protect our environment and promote social justice. The actions we have carried out for a year since we had the possibility of presenting our first roadmap which is a framework that allows us, and we invite everyone to set the same, because it is a foundation to continue strengthening compliance of the agreement. We have been working on dialogue that allows coordinating the state actions in regards to the agreement, and that promotes communication channels with civil society institutions, and stressing the opportunity that Escazú offers to communicate and work together with many players. We have the National Citizen Participation Actions, a Council for the Equality of Peoples and Nationalities, and others, just to name a few. And we've also worked on promoting gender equality and non-discrimination. We reformed the organic code of the environment, and this allows complying with Article 5 and 6 of the Escazú Agreement. We're working on elaborating the Ecuadorian report on natural resources, and with this, the technical report of the UN for the environment. It is a way of grounding all these pillars, the pillars that the government is working on under the National Development Plan, contemplating ecologic and environmental aspects. It is a single production model that includes data at a local, regional, and national level. I'd like to mention that these processes, it's important to consider a national environmental indicator system that will allow citizens and all users to know more than 50 environmental indicators, 152 geographic layers that at the end of the day is one of the main sources to plan our national territory in environmental terms. This allows us as a country to count on 78 protected areas, over 26 million hectares, with water systems that are being preserved so that water may be used for human consumption. That is what I can say that has been done through standardization of information. The Ministry of Water and Ecologic Transitions is also working on the second open action plan to establish a governance system for environmental information and also of water resources. The idea is for all these data collecting activities to have a standardized process. The agreement and policies implemented in Ecuador promote transparency and dialogue in environmental terms, the inclusion of technical aspects that defenders of the people also allow increasing public participation, and they guarantee the right to consultation and dialogue with the community. Entities such as the Citizen Participation Council contribute to strengthening citizen participation, consultation, and dialogue as means to reach consensus and informed decisions on the environmental and social issues. Civil society has a key role in promoting citizen participation through sensitization campaigns and consultation activities to strengthen participative democracy and governance while ensuring that the voices of the community are heard in environmental decision making. By strengthening these initiatives, the government opens spaces for communication, increasing knowledge and awareness on the importance of protecting natural resources and promoting sustainable practices in the use of water. In Pillar 3, environmental justice, there's been training on use of water, environmental rights, and other matters related to environmental justice. Ecuador has applied environmental education processes referring to environmental justice with a focus on human rights. The issuance of legal criteria and international agreements in order to meet these environmental agreements. The judiciary is also part of this regional project for Escazú. The Ministry of the Environment is also involved in this international cooperation. Pillar 4, Ecuador has implemented a group that works with the defenders of human rights, and it aims to protect human rights in citizen participation, also to promote the rights of persons and defenders of the environment in compliance with the Escazú Agreement. The human rights defenders in environmental matters also train youth, and the strengthening of communicators and communication networks with projects such as Voces that have established a regional effort with workshops for communicators and defenders. This makes evident the commitment of civil society to promote the defense of the environment and promoting the effective implementation of the Escazú Agreement in Ecuador. Ecuador has actively participated in the work group to execute Article 9 on defenders of human rights in environmental matters in Latin America and the Caribbean, which will be presented in a few minutes. After due work, very timely work that has worked on the implementation, and we invite all those interested in supporting it to be a part of this joint effort. Collaboration and specific actions for this project that can mark a difference in the fight against these challenges, both environmental and social, in order to obtain a more equitable world for all. We would like to request that Dominica and St. Lucia, or the one is country 16, and St. Lucia has presented its action plan. And we would like to make a call to the other countries to also work on their implementation, and whoever isn't a signatory to become a part of this community. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Ecuador.
Thank you, Ecuador. We'd like to move on to the second intervention. In this case, it will be St. Lucia. I did not mention it earlier, but we could do this now. The idea is for each of the countries to have between 5 and 7 minutes. 5 minutes, maybe 7, but that is the maximum. We are running a little late, so I will try to be strict and I will try to control time. So I would thank you if you would collaborate in this sense, so that we can continue with our agenda.
La secretaría me dice que es Argentina el turno en
The secretary is correct. It is Argentina's turn, actually. So Mr. Augusto Paz, who is with us from the Secretary of the Environment and Sports of the Ministry of the Interior in Argentina. Argentina also completed their implementation plan for the Escazú Agreement, and we would request that you present to us what aspects of the process you would like to mention. What elements have you begun implementing in such a short period of time? It is a pleasure to have you here today. You have the floor.
Gracias. Muchísimas
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to ECLAC Secretariat. Thank you very much to the chair, and thank you very much for receiving us here and to be able to present our experiences related to the Escazú Agreement. Thank you very much to Chile that is hosting us, to the president that brought his words here. And it is in this sense that Argentina is taking the Escazú Agreement as a very important element to guarantee the full implementation in Latin America and the Caribbean of the rights to access environmental issues, to decision-making processes in environmental elements, and access to justice in environmental matters, such as the creation and strengthening of capabilities and cooperation so as to protect the rights to life, freedom, and safety of defenders of human rights in environmental matters, aligned with the rights of each person to live in a healthy environment that is in Article 41 of our national constitution. It is in this sense that we will be talking about our experience. Argentina presented its national plan in October 2023 after a 1 year and a half work that had the support of ECLAC, UNDP Argentina through the Page Alliance and the World Bank Group. Together with the dispositions of the agreement, the constitution of this plan had two participation projects, one initial public consultation and later on diagnosis with a public participation strategy that collected information from citizens through a combination of different mechanisms at virtual, face-to-face level, and also digital level. In total, we received more than 600 comments that were all systematized and were established in 13 axes, 24 alignments, and 73 actions. Currently, the Undersecretariat of the Environment with the Information is working along the following lines. One, in matters of public participation, we are working in the participation of standards that is regulated in our country, but we are incorporating improvements all related to the alignment of the agreement to be implemented in the regulatory projects that are being fostered by the organization. We're also carrying out joint work with the National Indigenous Institute, with whom we will be working together in the indigenous perspective in the implementation activities at national level. Three, along these lines of internal articulation in the environmental center, we are promoting agreements with different areas and organizations such as the Bioeconomy Secretariat, the National Statistics Institute, and the Geographic Institute. The goal of these agreements are all centered in identifying environmental information with which the different organizations have to generate exchange and to have the similar publication formats and to work with georeferencing of data. This came from the idea that we all were using different databases. Within the Secretariat, we had to unify the bases, and we found that we had 10 different types of viewers. Four, likewise, we are cooperating with the Agency to Public Access in enriching the recently launched transparency portal that has an area for participation and where the microsites are being published for specific policies, along those, the environmental policies. Five, it is to be highlighted that in this same agency, within the transparency framework and access to information, and together with the other organizations in the area of transparency and access, there is a diagnosis being carried out in implementation and good practices related to the rights to access these areas and a cadaster of environmental activities along the Escazú agreement. In the main axis of the plan, Argentina has a regulation that regulates environmental education and specifically also the environmental training of those that are working in the public arena. The Undersecretary of the Environment is carrying out the training for the different officers and national technical teams by incorporating specific content in the Escazú Agreement and the right to access the environmental matters. We're also working in the promotion material that can be published through different means and being used in the environmental proposal in education at all levels. The idea is to be able to articulate these mechanisms of participation so the different provinces can make it their own. 9. On the other hand, we are almost ready to sign an agreement with the national libraries to cooperate with those activities related to the program of citizens information that is going to promote the libraries being an area for promotion and rights in their insertion communities. It is in this area that we are accessing the 1,500 library networks that provide digital access to be able to digitize participation and training. In terms of people, groups, and organizations that are defending the environment through COP2 in Buenos Aires, the group that defends people in the nation, the process is finding continuity in the COP and looks for solutions agreeing with different positions. Maybe many have already received the link of this new survey that started yesterday. Its activities. Of those that did not receive it, you can access the form from the web page in this area, and it is available with the chair. I understand that an effective activity means that there are different areas that should be participating in the matters of the agreement, together with the environmental affairs of the Foreign Affairs Ministry. With Corina Lehmann right by my side, we are fostering an area of coordination at national level with other sectors of the public area that will make us progress in the agreement in our country. And given that we have had the time provided, if you have any questions, we can leave it for the end. Thank you very much. Thank you, Augusto. Thank you, Argentina. Thank you for your time and for the content provided and the information. Your experience is quite relevant. Now, in third place, we will hear Kate Wilson, St. Lucia. Kate is the legal officer of the Sustainable Development Program of the Ministry of Education, Sustainable Development, Innovation, Science, Technology, and Training from St. Lucia. St. Lucia has a roadmap that has been presented in this COP, being the first country of the Caribbean of having finished it or ended it. Which are the advantages provided by St. Lucia for in an island country as you are? Specifically, how could you share with us the governance system that you have been thinking of and to carry out the Escazú agreement in coordination with different participants? Kate, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished delegates, once again, I want to bring warm greetings from the government and people of St. Lucia, and in particular my department, the Department of Sustainable Development, which is headed by our head of delegation, our Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Anita Montut. It is a glorious day. And the reason why is because we are so thrilled that we are presenting today this written version of months of hard work and commitment towards the implementation of the Escazú Agreement in St. Lucia. And St. Lucia is so pleased. And we want to thank the Secretariat. We want to thank Mr. Carlos de Miguel and his team, David Barrio, Andrea Sanhuza, Daniel Andrade Goff, the consultant, who worked tirelessly with us to do this roadmap. So let me go first to your question, Mr. Chairman, very quickly, and to say what are the advantages for St. Lucia in this process. And the first thing, as a small island developing state, it has provided an opportunity for us to collaborate and consult with stakeholders from diverse sections of our society to develop an effective action plan for implementation of the Escazú Agreement, and that is very good, in a manner that is best for St. Lucia and that realizes the goals of the Escazú Agreement. Secondly, it allowed us to map out the stakeholders. Who are the people that are going to assist us and who are the ones who are going to benefit from this process. So we had a comprehensive mapping out of that. The third thing, it allowed us to develop an information and participation strategy, a very comprehensive one, in terms of how we are going to disseminate the information, what kind of information, what levels of participation, and the guidelines for that participation. It also allowed us to formulate a regional cooperation strategy in terms of how we are going to cooperate with not only partners from within St. Lucia, but across the region and the Latin American region. And of course, to develop our governance system, which you have asked me to clarify a bit more. And here I'm going to tell you a little about that governance system. And so first, our governance system consists of two main groups. The first we have is a core group. And that core group will be a subcommittee of a national group. And let me tell you about that national group. In St. Lucia, by Cabinet Conclusion 120, our Cabinet of Ministers formed what was known as a National Coordinating Committee on Human Rights. And that committee was to monitor and to ensure that the human rights agenda in St. Lucia was taken care of. And that committee has the ability to co-opt subcommittees. And so that core group is going to be developed as a subcommittee of that National Coordinating Committee on Human Rights. And who is going to form that core group? That core group is going to include 7 ministries, main ministries that are involved in the preparation and the implementation, very intricately involved in the process of the Escazú Agreement. They will be central to the implementation process. And who are they? The Department of Sustainable Development, our department, which houses the focal development and which will do the focal point for the Escazú Agreement, and which will be the one developing the laws and the governance systems and ensuring policy, legislation, and that Articles 4, 6, and 7 are complied with or implemented. The Ministry of Justice was going to see about the access rights part of the agreement, oversight of justice system, and to ensure Articles 8 and 9 human rights defenders are realized. The Attorney General's chambers, particularly the Legislative Drafting Unit, which will also see, as I said, new and proposed legislation and all articles which are relating to law and policy. And of course, the Department of Physical Planning, which will ensure that we have public participation in terms of the oversight of environmental impact assessments, which are so important to the process, and to ensure Article 7 of the Escazú Agreement. Okay, and then finally, well, not finally, we have 3 more, the Ministry of Information, which is going to be the dissemination of information to ensure that there is, our Constitution has rights of nature enshrined in it, or to ensure that access rights are prominent in our freedom of information laws. And of course, the Ministry of External Affairs, which is the focal point for human rights, because remember the Escazú Agreement is also a human rights agreement. And it is also the focal point for treaty organizations. So the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is very important. And not forgetting our parliamentary, Office of our Parliamentary Commissioner, who will be responsible for investigating public complaints related to the Escazú Agreement and to ensure specifically that Articles 8 and 9 of the Escazú Agreement are realized. So this core group is going to be doing the main work. And it will be headed, as I said, and chaired by the Department of Sustainable Development, and it will be using what is known as coordinating arrangements to ensure that the public and civil society is very well represented. It will also have the responsibility of convening the meetings every two months to monitor and to report progress. And proposals were also made during the process of consultation to expand that core group to include persons with disabilities, academia, trade unions, and an elected representative of the public. So Mr. Tulsi, we are looking at you, who's resident in St. Lucia. And we also, as I said, we want to ensure that persons who within the context of the agreement are considered as marginalized and vulnerable to be represented on that core group. And the functions of that core group, very quickly, Mr. Chairman, I don't want to belay the process, to develop and to ensure that we have that information and participation strategy up and running in a meaningful participatory way, to engage all the stakeholders and ensure that the treaty provisions are effectively realized. Of course, to monitor and report, because we must, that is very, very important. Okay, and to recommend financing mechanisms for the execution of those implementation measures. And what this core group is going to do is that it's going to utilize what we call a co-creation process, which helps to strengthen public management by allowing public and private actors to participate in the design of strategies with a multi-sectoral scope that will encourage and highlight synergies among various actors and have standards on transparency and accountability. And finally, Mr. Chairman, I'm about to end, the broad group, which is the second group. And that broad group we are going to call a stakeholder advisory committee. And that broad group, whilst it's not going to be intricately involved in implementation, it will serve in an advisory capacity. And it is going to be composed of public authorities, private sector, civil society, academia, trade unions, architects, everybody who is interested and who should be involved in the process. And what are they going to do? They are going to involve a number of agencies. For example, ministries that set policies related to environmental management, authorities that include the granting of concessions, for example, licenses and permits related to the use of natural resources, authorities that support vulnerable and marginalized groups, for example, the Department of Gender Relations, the elderly, the LGBTIQ group, as well as persons with disabilities, and also entities that liaise with private sector organizations and set standards, like the Bureau of Standards, the St. Lucia Bureau of Standards, as well as those that set standards for consumer affairs. All of those are going to be involved in that process. And I implore you, all of you not just here represented, but those listening to us and following us on the live stream, to download this on the observatory of the website of ECLAC, which I'm sure it will be there, posted there today, and have a look at it. Look at our tables, pages 48 to 49, where you will see the governance system of St. Lucia. So I'm imploring you to do that. It's a free process. You don't have to pay for it. Download it and do that. And so how is that broad group going to be put together? The Department of Sustainable Development is going to put out an open call to all stakeholders to register their organizations. Now, once they have registered, these organizations are going to select their representatives who is going to liaise between the committee and their own organization so that they ensure that there's meaningful participation, okay? And then they are expected to meet regularly, or maybe quarterly or monthly. They will decide that, and they will also, we will try to ensure that there is gender balance as well as balance in terms of organizations and what they do. So, Mr. Moderator, I want to end by saying how wonderfully and delightfully pleased we are. We want to thank all those who have helped us along the way, and we could not have done this without the support of ECLAC. Carlos de Miguel, you and your team, we cannot do it without you. Mr. Chairman, Dr. Kosilas, you have been there with us every step of the way, and we want to thank you. Andrea Sanhuza, we could not have done it without you. We have persons like, we have our Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Anita Montut, and our team at the DSD, who's always willing to give us, advice, and to give us criticisms on it, on how we can do better. We thank you for that. The elected members of the public, Mr. Tulsi, you and your team, Nicole, we thank you for that. Rita, Justice Olivetti and your team from the Committee to Support Implementation and Compliance, we thank you for that. Antigua and Barbuda, I cannot forget you. You always walk with us. You hold our hands every step of the way. Ruth Spencer, Maureen Hyman, we want to thank you for that. Vanessa, and your team in Belize, Yaya and Vanessa, we thank you for that. And all those who have been with us every step of the way, we thank you. It is a glorious day, and we look forward to St. Lucia and our authorities in St. Lucia making this a reality. I thank you.
Muchas gracias, Santa Lucía. Nos llevamos muy bien porque a los dos nos gusta hablar mucho. Solo que ella es más cálida.
Only you have a warmer kind of speech. We now continue with police. Here we have Ms. Vanessa Figueroa. She's coordinator of policies from the Sustainable Development Ministry. Belize is the second Caribbean country to go forward towards the implementation. In March of this year, they had a consultation conducted to inform on the roadmap and to hear proposals from different stakeholders. The proposal received at the workshop, madam. Which of these would you emphasize for its importance and relevance? You have the floor, Belize. Good morning. Y buenos días.
Escazú Secretariat, delegates of parties and signatory countries, members of the Committee to Support Implementation and Compliance of the Escazú Agreement, elected representatives of the public, donor agencies, civil society, other guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure that I address you on behalf of the Government of Belize on this third conference of the parties to the Escazú Agreement. The Escazú Agreement, as we know, sets the foundation for improved, inclusive, and transparent environmental processes and environmental governance in Latin America and the Caribbean. The Escazú Agreement establishes provisions with several obligations on state parties, obligations that guarantee the right of every person to live in a healthy environment, the right of access to environmental information, the right to actively participate in decisions that affect the environment, and the right to justice for environmental human rights defenders. Belize, with its limited financial resources and limited technical capacities, has developed laws, policies, processes, and practices that are directly related to the spirit of the Escazú Agreement. Belize's constitution recognizes the right to life, liberty, freedom of expression, protection from discrimination, and equal protection of the law. Our Freedom of Information Act recognizes the public right of access to information, inclusive of environmental information. Belize's Environmental Protection Act recognizes the importance of public participation in environmental decision-making and makes mandatory the consultation process in its environmental impact assessment regulations. As the main regulator of environmental protection, the Department of the Environment serves the functions of generating and disseminating environmental information. The Department of Environment publishes environmental information, including environmental statistics reports, annual operational plans, environmental impact assessments, and compliance plans, among others. However, notwithstanding the progress that Belize has made concerning environmental access rights, there are certainly areas that Belize can improve to better implement the provisions of the Escazú Agreement. Therefore, to address the full spectrum of environmental inclusivity, equity, and sustainability, in March of this year, Belize, through assistance from ECLAC and the World Bank, held a stakeholder engagement event, which served as a pivotal moment in Belize's journey to improve on its democratic values by fostering more inclusive, community-oriented actions in the development of its roadmap for implementation of the Escazú Agreement. It is through the integration of diverse viewpoints and experiences that Belize as a country can uncover the most robust solutions for implementing the Escazú Agreement. The collective effort of civil society, academia, the youth, the indigenous and marginalized groups, and the government of Belize is what will ultimately shape the outcomes and priority actions of Belize's Escazú implementation plan. What resulted from the stakeholder engagement event was a set of tangible recommendations for priority actions for the implementation of the environmental access rights embedded within the Escazú Agreement. Of significant importance was the issue of access to environmental information, which is the cornerstone for improved decision-making. Access to information empowers public officials, individuals, and communities to actively engage in the protection and management of our natural environment. By enhancing transparency and fostering dialogue, Belize can pave the way for more effective environmental policies and practices. As such, Belize must strengthen the technical and technological capacities of the ministries that have a vested responsibility in the protection of the environment by improving and redesigning environmental information systems and creating clearinghouse mechanisms for environmental information, thus allowing the public a more streamlined process for accessing the information. Also highlighted was the critical importance of strengthening the capacity of the Office of the Ombudsman to be able to monitor and oversee compliance with Belize's already existing Freedom of Information Act. Another pressing action is the launching of awareness programs and campaigns that are geared towards educating the public on the use of the Freedom of Information Act as a tool for obtaining environmental information. Public participation in the environmental decision-making process was equally highlighted as an essential component requiring additional intervention. It is through the active involvement of stakeholders at all levels that we can harness the wisdom and experience needed to address complex environmental challenges. By embracing diverse perspectives and engaging marginalized communities and the youth, we forge solutions that are both equitable and sustainable in the long term. The strengthening of public participation mediums that target all sectors and people from the highest level to the grassroots level becomes a beacon of transparency and accountability in environmental governance. It embodies Belize's steadfast resolve to empower communities to safeguard their natural heritage and ensure a healthier, more robust future for all. Furthermore, access to justice ensures that environmental rights are upheld and enforced. It provides a vital mechanism for remedying environmental harm and for maintaining accountability. By ensuring access to effective legal remedies, Belize can strengthen the rule of law and reinforce the foundations of environmental justice. By improving the capacity to investigate environmental complaints, instituting educational programs on access to legal aid, and creating grievance mechanisms for communities and people affected by development projects, Belize will be better equipped to uphold the commitments of access to environmental justice as stipulated in the Escazú Agreement. Of course, many other recommendations were proposed for priority actions, but there would have been too many to highlight today. Belize continues to be enthusiastic and determined to work towards fulfilling its obligations under the Escazú Agreement by charting a roadmap that not only meets but exceeds the expectations as a party to the Escazú Agreement. Belize is positioned to better realize the vision of the Escazú Agreement. Our work has only just begun. It will take joint and consistent efforts and interventions from government and society to create transformative change within Belize and the region. We are but one step in the right direction. I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to share a few of the priority actions that were at the forefront of Belize's stakeholder engagement event for the elaboration of Belize's roadmap for implementation of the Escazú Agreement. I take this opportunity to congratulate Ecuador, Argentina, and St. Lucia for having completed their respective implementation roadmaps and/or implementation plans, as well as Dominica for depositing its instrument of ratification. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Belize, and for sharing with us your experience. Thank you for your words. And now it is the turn of Uruguay And this presentation will be given by Marilyn Uruguay, who is a consultant for ECLAC Cooperation for the making of the roadmap. In the case of Uruguay, Marilyn is a member of the Center for Environmental Law and Uruguay and has worked together with the Ministry of the Environment in this process, which is specifically at a moment of doing the public consultation, originally foreseen to conclude at the early April, but it was decided to continue to the end of the month in order to pick up the opinions and concerns to include it in the proposed text. And it, in fact, collects a series of priorities with goals. So we will ask you to briefly and respecting the foreseen time, tell us about the main aspects of the Uruguayan experience and particularly the actions that you have identified as of priority. The floor is yours. Thank you, Chairman. I will try to be brief. Good morning, everyone. Here is my presentation. As has been said on several opportunities, the aim of the roadmap is to have a national plan for effective implementation in compliance with legislation, good national practices, and of course, the provisions of the Escazú Agreement. The term that Uruguay had to hold this it was between January 2023 and June 2024, and execution is carried out by the Ministry of the Environment through the legal section as a national focal point, with the cooperation of ECLAC as the agreement secretariat. In turn, coordination of the roadmap is carried out by means of an instrument that we have in Uruguay, a working group in access rights that works in an interinstitutional space already existing and that was created under the law called as the Technical Advisory Commission for the Environment, and which were the stages carried out. First, we drafted the roadmap, and the stages were validated by means of a meeting with a group of stakeholder institutional coming from various sectors from January to February 2023 when we began work. In turn, from January to May 2023, the baseline was devised. Notwithstanding, it has been updated on several occasions. And at the same time, they drafted a so-called map of stakeholders with an analysis of these and which has also been updated on several occasions. Fourth, in June 2023, the draft was submitted to the Technical Environmental Commission and decided to create a working group called the Working Group on Access Rights. And so from October 2023 to March 2024, various versions of the document were devised with contributions received, and so drafted the first version of the roadmap document. There you see the first page of this document. This was put to public consultation and is at the moment open to all interested parties, foreseen its closure by April the 30th. And in parallel, we held what we called the information coaching workshop to learn of the main pillars of the agreement and the situation in Uruguay. At the last stage, we will pick up the comments resulting from the public consultation and make the appropriate validation by the government of Uruguay, and the dates for this are foreseen in the coming months of May and June. And which are, regarding your questions, what are the main preliminary conclusions reached? Well, that in general, Uruguay does have laws and rules that consider access rights and has a fairly good basic situation. However, we have preliminary identified certain goals and actions to be improved in order to have a corrective and effective implementation. These intend to be progressive, effective, as I said, and must be realistic and with a horizon by 2030. And in this sense, we've identified 23 actions given priority to so far, referred to information, public information, participation, access to justice, and the defenders of human rights and environmental matters. I will briefly tell you about some of these regarding access to environmental information. The main actions had to do with improving the administrative practices and enjoying the access to information. And, for example, updating and centralization of environmental information or the need to design a record of emissions and pollution. As to participation in environmental decision making, we have space for constant permanent and also non-permanent use in Uruguay. However, there is a major position by civil society in that opinions must be received by the authorities and should be have a mechanisms for devolution regarding the contributions made, and also the need to consider early participation stages for decision making and the drafting and dissemination of guidelines laying down general rules for participation by the public. Regarding access to justice, although Uruguay does have on the legitimization and interest and habeas corpus, there is a need to create a special norm regulating the so-called collective processes and that picks up aspects of the agreement as well as the need for greater training of justice operators and specialized tribunals in environmental matters. As to the defenders in human rights and environmental matters, Uruguay has not had many cases of the violation of rights as in other countries. Nevertheless, there is a need to have criteria or preventive rules for situations when defenders of human rights and environmental matters may be involved. And so the need to determine the preventive and specific criteria for these situations. As an aspect in common of all these actions, we've identified proposals for capacity building, and this is a cross-cutting matter. For example, regarding public participation, one of the actions have to do with capacity building for public participation required in decision-making processes to ensure the effective enjoyment of rights. Another has to do with the updating of legislation on collective processes for specific norms, protecting the defenders of human rights and environmental matters, and so improving administrative practices in general on the right to access information and cases of training and inclusion of youth in the four pillars of the agreement. The full document also considers an information and participation strategy to be seen in later stages, and ultimately the document is still in the process of being drafted and under consultation, and so will continue to be nourished by contributions by the public and all guests, people that we invite to take part. And the ultimate aim is to finish it in our country by next month or the following. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope that I have been sufficiently brief. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Madeleine, Uruguay, and thank you for keeping to the time and for the content of your presentation. In sixth place, we will hear of the experience in Mexico, the implementation process carried out, and for this we have Ambassador Joel Hernandez, Undersecretary for Multilateral Affairs and Human Rights in Mexico. Mexico has been implementing the agreement through three groups of actions around three pillars of the agreement: information, participation, and justice. and is also advancing in its implementation path. And on other occasions, we have heard a presentation by Mexico at the COP in Buenos Aires, I recall, and that is why now we would like to learn firsthand of the diagnosis carried out to date by your government. If you could highlight, please, main areas of opportunity to strengthen the implementation of the agreement. My dear Ambassador, the floor is yours. Thank you, Chair. I would like to begin by expressing congratulations by the delegation of Mexico to the delegations of Argentina, Belize, Ecuador, St. Lucia, and more recently Uruguay for all the actions carried out to effectively implement the Escazú agreement in your countries. We are convinced that every treaty, every convention and international agreement must be implemented in a country to exist. Otherwise, we run the risk of all of these efforts that we have been launching for years will end up in files. Internet websites, unfortunately now our files are digital and we save in paper, but nevertheless, we need to implement this, and we attribute great importance to the actions that are carried out within the framework of the COP meetings on national implementation. And also, we would like to recognize you, Chair, and especially the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, for all efforts made for states to have a methodology to move ahead with our implementations. In the case of Mexico, we have benefited greatly from the support provided by the UN Program for Development, but also ECLAC in carrying out our implementation plan. Precisely, recently we have asked for technical assistance by ECLAC to be able to speed up the realization of our implementation plan. Mexico is a complex state. It is a federal state and has 32 federative entities, 3,000 municipalities, and many of the actions, Escazú, many of our obligations that we have taken on as the state of Mexico have an impact on all three levels of government. And each level, there are actions to be carried out in terms of access to public information, in terms of citizen participation, and above all, in terms of the defense of the or protection of the defenders of the environment. I am very pleased that the Mexican delegation is formed here at this COP by a representative of the National Mechanism for the Protection of Defenders and Journalists and two state mechanisms, Veracruz and the state of Mexico. This is a sample of the relevance attributed in Mexico to strengthening our institutionality to defend these defenders. We are very much aware of our obligations and derive from Article 9. It is very important to provide at national level bring about the right to defend rights, the right to defend environmental rights in order to achieve the crystallization of the right to a healthy environment. And in our progress towards our national implementation plan, we have focused our efforts on three major areas.
Mr. Chairman, you have mentioned these. One very important is access to information. In Mexico, this effort is led by the National Institute of Transparency, Access to Information, and Protection of Personal Data, known by the acronym ILINAI. So the National Institute has identified as a priority the need to encourage, consolidate a bond or link between what is local, regional, and national. While Escazú not only foresees that the federal apparatus materialize actions to put into practice the right to access to information, but also creating synergies with all sectors so that the policies and mechanisms can be oriented to attending to these environmental matters. On the other hand, something that is the right of all to participate in decision making is that citizen participation is of the utmost importance. It is one of the priorities of our work plan. We are also quite pleased that organized civil society in Mexico, in a very democratic manner, has selected 2 representatives of civil society to be a part of the Mexican delegation. We are working on citizen participation under the leadership and coordination and construction of citizenship and development social capacities of our governance secretariat. It is a federal entity. We've had significant advances with the government, with the different instances of the federal government. We need to work more. We need to strengthen this proximity amongst all types of government by considering the training offer so that a greater number of public officials can better understand the specific provisions of the Escazú agreement regarding public participation and also to adopt the existing mechanisms for consultations. We also require a promotional campaign so that these governmental entities can prepare in a proactive manner information, environmental information and accessible data without any technical words. We need for these guidelines, these provisions to be drafted in a language that is easily understood by citizens. We feel it is also important to strengthen our regulations in order to encourage citizen participation in an effective manner. I'd like to refer to the access to justice in Mexico. It is a challenge given our federal nature. We need to begin by recognizing that there are attacks and threats to defenders of human rights and environmental matters, and this needs to address the issue in itself, but also the root causes for these attacks that they face. It is quite complex and is brought about by several factors. We need to work in a very specific manner to address these root causes. We have looked at this with great concern. Criminal organizations in Mexico and throughout our region, which has positioned us as given us an additional challenge. So it is important to guarantee conditions to guarantee access to justice for all in Mexico, and thus consolidate actions amongst the different coordinators and justice operators in the government. In many cases, some of these already have the Escazú agreement as reference. It's present in their protocols, in their guidelines and regulations, but we need to continue to work on the coordination of all justice operators, which must prevent and also investigate and punish and repair any violation suffered by the defenders of human rights. An example of how we're moving forward in Mexico is that of the general knowledge of human rights by the Supreme Court of Justice of Mexico. Recently, the court published a protocol to rule on cases in this regard in environmental matters, and we hope that this protocol will quickly become an instrument that provides guidance at different levels for the Escazú agreement. I'd like to conclude by stressing the commitment of the Mexican state to move forward in the short term on the adoption of an implementation plan that will allow us to honor the international obligations that Mexico has accepted when it decided to become a member state of this fundamental instrument for our region and to make the human right to the environment a reality. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, embajador. Gracias, México.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, Mexico.
Por último, last but not least, me gusta mucho eso en inglés.
I like that very much in English. Chile.
Queremos felicitarlo por la aprobación del plan.
I'd like to congratulate you for the implementation plan. It's very participative. Chile has that push and creativity. PIPE, it's called PIPE. The Council of Ministers for Sustainability has achieved a milestone in Chile's implementation. So yesterday we congratulated the President of Chile for being part of this agreement. Today we congratulate the Undersecretary of the Ministry of the Environment, Maximiliano Proaño, for this approval, and we'd like to offer the floor to him so he can share the elements of this plan. And Mr. Undersecretary, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank ECLAC, also the representative of the member states, the representatives of the public, and all who are present today. Welcome and thank you. Thank you for allowing us to share the work we've carried out here in Chile for a year and a half after we've become a member state in order to advance our commitment to improve environmental issues in our territory. Mr. Chairman, since our last meeting at the COP2 in Buenos Aires, Argentina, under the mandate of President Gabriel Boric, we have accelerated our plans to make up for lost time and continue with the implementation of Escazú. I'd like to recognize the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Justice, the other environmental authorities, and our team at the ministry, especially environmental education and citizen participation, international affairs, and our ministerial cabinets have been very much committed in working to accelerate these efforts. I would also like to recognize civil society, the environmental organizations, because they first pushed from the territories for us to be party to this agreement, but now they are pushing for the implementation of the agreement. From the Ministry of the Environment, and thanks to the collaborative and coordinated work of the different parties, and which participated in all of the early consultations and meetings, Chile has a participative plan for the Escazú agreement called PIPE. We have elaborated to diagnose a roadmap and workshops for people in a vulnerable situation, girls, boys, adolescents as well. And this support has been key to move forward in an accelerated fashion. It has 5 pillars with a commitment of the implementation between this year and 2030. The general actions, among other things, include the need to better inform in a manner that is understandable by citizens, including boys, girls, and adolescents in decision making, reviewing the citizen participation mechanisms, and also early participation for the adoption of public policies and to reduce the asymmetries, to have access to public justice and recognize the role of the defenders of human rights in environmental manners and the environment, as well as having mechanisms for the exchange of experiences on the right to access. These 56 actions will be materialized by means of specific commitment of the institutions that are already reflected in 126 measures included into the plan, and we hope these will continue to grow. I would like to stress 6 of these 126. We also don't have the printed plan. It's being printed as we speak, but it is published on our website, mma.gov, where you can take a glimpse at it. So in the interest of time, I will only mention 6: elaborating an internal protocol for data protection for the Ministry of the Environment so that those reporting vulnerations won't feel unsafe. Carrying out meetings with the indigenous groups by the Environmental Assessment Service. We also would like to include a bill to continue to work on environmental damages and accountability. This is by the Ministry of the Environment. The creation of a science and technology system for climate change as a public platform for access to information with data and scientific knowledge, and this by the Ministry of Science and Technology. The elaboration and implementation of a plan to strengthen the competencies of healthcare system and the healthcare workers to assist defenders who have been attacked or threatened, and this would be done by the Ministry of Health, and training on environmental matters, which will be composed of workers and union members, Ministry of Labor. These are all part of many other concrete measures. Likewise, we would like to again highlight the fact that Chile has instruments to defend the defenders of human rights, even in environmental matters. And this protocol, which was elaborated under the Ministry of Justice and Human Rights, was approved in a cross-cutting fashion, including the maximum authorities of the Court of Human Rights, of the Prosecutor's Office, the Defender's Office, Carabineros de Chile, and the Investigations Police. The protocol is an instrument for interinstitutional coordination that seeks to improve the response of the state and increase articulation for the defenders of human rights, and it will be applied in those cases where the defenders of human rights are prone to being attacked and suffering these threats.
And finally, we would like to highlight the many efforts carried out to be able to promote the Escazú Agreement within the territory. We have translated the Escazú Agreement to Mapudungun and Rapa Nui, and we have it right here. And I will exchange it for a copy of yours. Understanding the fundamental role of the indigenous groups and the protection of the environment, and we thank the UNDP, the PNUMA, and the and ECLAC and our region in Magallanes, we generated an audiobook of the agreement of Escazú, mentioned by the many voices that have wanted to care of our territory. And you can find it in Spotify. The title is Magallan Nature Has a Voice, and it is for the general population, but specifically thought for people that have problems with reading, the rural people, the elderly, the youth, and others. And we had 19 people participating in the civil society and environmental movements. All this together with the Secretariat Regional Ministry, the Human Rights Group, and the University in Magallanes. This material is available for all of the states in the region. Therefore, no efforts are enough in promoting the human rights and the care of the environment. These are some of the efforts that we have held in promoting the Escazú agreement, and you can find games, even an offline course for the Escazú agreement as well. Dear Chair, Chile is committed to the progress of the Escazú agreement and will continue working for its advancement at national level. This is why we are hopeful in the approval of the action plan for the defenders of the environment coordinated by our country, Chile, Ecuador, and St. Kitts and Nevis. A process that took around 2 years of work and it obtained information from different public consultations and 2 regional fora. The dramatic reality that is harming the defenders of human rights in the environment has to force us to work together to approach or tackle these challenges. And I would like to end by reinforcing the commitment of our country to continue moving forward in the implementation of the agreement and all its pillars. Thank you very much. Thank you, Undersecretary. I remember that we met in Montevideo a number of years ago and we had a cup of coffee. We were then thinking how to implement this agreement. And it so happens that we are now starting to see the results. So it is very interesting. So thank you very much again. We want to really thank the presentations by Argentina, Belize, Chile, Ecuador, Mexico, St. Lucia, and Uruguay. Undoubtedly, this work is reflecting the commitment that these state parties and their governments, their institutions, the civil society, the public for each of these countries have been expressing. We also would like to acknowledge the support that throughout these processes we have had with the actors of the United Nations system, as well as other international organizations such as the World Bank and other partners such as UNDP, the Environment Department of the United Nations, allowing these activities, initiatives, all been able to be carried out. And therefore, to conclude this area, I would like to invite Ms. Maria Jose Torres, resident coordinator of the United Nations system here in Chile, to address us on the role of the resident coordinators in the UN system in supporting the national implementation plans. Ms. Torres, you have been acknowledged. Thank you very much. I would like to greet the chair in Uruguay and our colleagues in ECLAC and of course Chile, the Undersecretary, Mr. Maximiliano Proaño, and all the countries that preceded us, and congratulations on your progress. Amazing, very good work. I would like to start mentioning that for us in the United Nations system, an agreement such as Escazú agreement that is trying to guarantee the rights of all people to have access to information on a timely basis and to participate significantly in the decision-making process of their lives and their surroundings and to access justice when these rights have been damaged are right in the core of our mandate. In the words of the Secretary General Antonio Guterres, when he talked about Escazú, he said that it is a valuable instrument or tool focused in people and all based in nature. And here I think there is a virtuous circle, as this has been a reflection of the team of the United Nations in Chile, where we're talking about the access to rights of people that are defending a collective right, which is environment. But the only reason why or how we can be successful if this contributes to sustainable development of those countries, those territories, those communities. And we believe that Escazú is this type of tool. We are being asked, or the program wanted us to think about the role of the resident coordinator that and the teams in all the countries mentioned. And we have really taken these 8 steps taken by ECLAC as the best practices to not only going from the consultation on this process, but to the application of the plan. So you will see that the different teams of United Nations, 23 in the region, we work in the Caribbean, throughout the region, have been working in different fashions in the different countries. And I would like to really strengthen this. They're always under the leadership of your national authorities. There's no agreement that can become material if there's no full commitment of your national instances, and we just heard of it. And why am I mentioning human rights and development? Because for us, in the cooperation framework with Chile signed in the year 2023 for the following 4 years, there is an idea and an inclusion of the Escazú agreement within that program from 3 approaches. We have a strategic priority talking about the human, cultural, and environmental rights, where we here the defenders of human rights. We have work in the democratic institutionality, where there's also commitment to work with Escazú, and a full pillar of work related to combating the climate crisis at world level. So these plans are very important. To provide some examples and the explanation of our Undersecretary on the plan that he presented, there's a very first cooperation work in the situational analysis of the plan of where Chile was standing when applying Escazú agreement. This has been done by United Nations, a combined work with ECLAC and the Environment Department. And this diagnosis expressed that there have been advances in information and in working with communities and the acknowledgement of the society, but there was still a need to acknowledge the environmental defenders and to bring to Chile best practices and compared activities. And of course, you're all talking about the implementation. If we have the financial resources to implement these activities with the Escazú agreement's ambition, what is being brought forth. And we have the High Commissioner of Human Rights cooperating with the Justice Ministry tackled this protocol, as mentioned by the Undersecretary, in the protections of the defenders of the human rights of the environmental matters, such as the acknowledgement of the obligation of dealing properly with these comments of the people leading the territories. Therefore, from NEP and human rights in ECLAC, we have been the team that has provided supplies for the project for the application of this activity, and we're congratulating Chile for being one of the first ones that are providing this opportunity. But I also would like to make available to all countries here represented the possibilities of the United Nations offices in all countries and be able to work together in this participatory exercise with 2 initiatives. One is together with the Human Rights Office and ECLAC that generated this participatory space with the defenders of human rights and environment in Panama 2023. These are all important supplies for national efforts. And a very nice work done in UNICEF, which is the Voice for Escazú, where they are providing space for childhood and youth be part of this process. And we know that you have to stop here. I have three important messages from the team of the United Nations in Chile that I understand that are shared by other work areas in different countries. First, to ratify that this Escazú matter is right in the core of what is being discussed in the forum, in the summit of the future. Many of you have the opportunity to share this wonderful room, the private room, where there is a discussion of how to ensure the future if there's no preservation of the environment, and the participation of the civil society is fundamental. Not only with the states, that's one thing. Second, if to ensure the future and sustainable development, we need to find investments and a private sector that is fully respectful of the environment and commits to these measures in human rights and progress in environmental areas, then how do we have the Summit of the Future in promoting the investments that are fully aligned with the Escazú principles? I think that is an important area for work. Third, this is part of an intergenerational dialogue. We believe that the voices of children and youth are together with others that should not only be performer but also be part of a participation that is the proper type. Fourth, in Chile, but as part of the work of United Nations, we are seriously thinking on how we take this sustainable agenda to the territories, and this provides us a perspective that is very interesting with opportunities and challenges. And Undersecretary just mentioned that we need to include the indigenous groups. So congratulations to the translation to Mapuche of the plan, which means that this is getting closer to these communities' capital. That means that there will be an execution of Escazú that is important. So please, you can have us as part of your activities. We will be supporting the development of this work, and we want to congratulate your work, and hopefully you will see more countries and more plans. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Torres. Thank you to the resident coordinator of United Nations. I would like to invite you to take into consideration the decision-making process of this point. And I am talking about the document 240023 that was distributed and available in the webpage, the decision project about national implementation. As you will remember, at the pre-COP, when we presented this decision-making process, the document that you have ahead of you is based on the role of the agreement itself, Article 1, and on Articles 4.3, 13, and 15.5. Additionally, there's an emphasis on the essential role of capacity building and the cooperation for implementation. This project wants to initiate COP consideration of substantive implementation and integrating it as regular discussion at the ordinary conference of the parties. This project wants us all to continue to make progress on national implementation and welcomes the plans and roadmaps by those state parties that have been working on it. It highlights the principle 10 of the observatory that we all know, and it is maintained and it is still very current, and invites all parties to have implementation parts for as soon as possible and at the latest in 2026.
That is to say, 2 years after the entry into force for each party, 2026 for those who are already party, and 2 years for the newcomers. And finally, we urge the parties to contribute to the voluntary fund because without resources, none of this can come to fruition. I'd like to then submit to your consideration the possibility to approve the draft decision on the national implementation. Bolivia. Thank you. Bolivia has already mentioned at the pre-COP meeting that it's very important for our country, Bolivia, that we add an expression on this draft proposal saying we celebrate the preparation of roadmaps and plans and after the significant participation of the public. It's of vital importance for our country to include the following text, including social organizations, indigenous people, and local communities. That was in paragraph 2. As to paragraph number 6, we suggest including on the first line, after organizations, the word regional. So with these two amendments, we would be willing certainly to support this draft. Thank you, Bolivia. Uruguay, you have the floor. Good morning. We wish to make a proposal, and that would be to include something. Since we have already made progress with the fourth pillar of this agreement and the action plan that is about to be approved for the protection of defenders, Uruguay believes it's important to continue going forward in other matters of the agreement, in whatever is of interest to the state and the public. We would like to work in the processes for more public participation in environmental decision making and also in terms of the tools for the countries to disseminate relevant information that has to do with the contaminants and the emissions. We propose then that we add on number 8 the following text, and this is submitted to the consideration of state parties, and that would be the following. We request the Secretariat to prepare to be considered on the next regular meeting of COP a report on national good practices for establishment, functioning, and content of a registry of pollutants and public participation in decision making having to do with environmental authorization projects and activities that may have a strong impact on the environment. That is 7.2. This has to do with making headway here. So we submit this to your consideration. Thank you. Thank you, Uruguay. So you propose a new draft for paragraph 8, and the current paragraph 8 would become 9, and 9 would then become 10. Mexico? No. Comments on these two proposals? We have two proposals from Bolivia and one from Uruguay. If there are no comments, I would rather we all use the old ways of lifting up your credentials so I can know who's asking for the floor. Argentina. Good morning. I was here to greet you at the beginning, but let's start with the Uruguayan proposal. I think that that could be circulated in the paragraph. Then, with the paragraph in hand, we would be able to fully digest it. Now, as to the Bolivian proposal, in talking about the modification of organization into social organizations, Argentina believes that that would change the nature of organizations that are being here referred as instruments. And I think social organization, we believe, is ambiguous, and that would grant different natures to these organizations. As to the other expressions, local communities and indigenous people, from a legal standpoint, it's important that this be well defined, limiting rights and participation in decision making. Naturally, this has to do with national legislation and the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People and other rights. So we do believe that here it would be convenient, more convenient to leave the text as it stands. I'm talking about the original text. Thank you. You were referring to paragraph 2 as proposed by Bolivia and paragraph 6 as well? Yes. I will ask Uruguay to read the text that you are submitting. By the way, the texts are not circulated in the plenary. Yesterday, I think the delegations received this proposal, but still we will ask Uruguay to read this once more for the sake of recording and translation. We request the Secretariat to prepare to be considered on the next regular COP meeting a report on good practices, national good practices for the establishment, functioning, and contents of a registry of emissions and contaminants, Article 6.4, and public participation in decision making having to do with environmental authorization for projects and entities that may have a significant environmental impact. Article 6.2. Thank you, Uruguay. St. Lucia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to comment very quickly on the proposed addition of Uruguay to the draft decision on national implementation, paragraph 8, and to say that St. Lucia has reviewed it and supports the proposal as written. In terms of the Bolivian proposal, we are still reviewing it since we just received the English version. So if there is an opportunity for us to comment on it later, we will do so perhaps tomorrow. But at this current moment, we are still in review of it. Thank you.
Con la indulgencia de México le voy a dar la palabra a la Secretaría para hacer una aclaración.
Sí, solo comentar que tanto la propuesta de Bolivia como la propuesta del Uruguay están disponibles en la web de la conferencia.
Gracias, Secretaría. México y después Bolivia.
Gracias, presidente. Empiezo por expresar nuestro apoyo a la propuesta del Uruguay. Nos queda claro que es una solicitud a la Secretaría y entonces pues dependemos de las capacidades de la Secretaría para su elaboración. Si es posible, creemos que siempre ayuda a conocer las mejores prácticas de los países. Respecto a la propuesta de Bolivia, nosotros lo que nos parece muy importante destacar de la propuesta de Bolivia es hacer explícita la participación de los pueblos indígenas. Creemos que este es un buen espacio para hacer referencia a los pueblos indígenas. El acuerdo define lo que es público, donde están incluidas las organizaciones sociales, pero es importante que se haga una mención muy especial a los pueblos indígenas. Ayer tuvimos presentaciones muy elocuentes sobre el significado que tiene Escazú para pueblos indígenas y por lo mismo favorecemos que en ese párrafo operativo 2 conste tal mención. Finalmente, una cuestión de forma en el propio propio párrafo 2. Al final se mencionan países, implementación del acuerdo en los países. Lo técnico es hablar de las partes. Estamos hablando de los estados parte del acuerdo de Escazú. Es una cuestión de forma que a lo mejor vale la pena hacer una revisión a lo largo de los documentos. Gracias, presidente.
Gracias, México. Tiene la palabra Bolivia.
Gracias, presidente. Efectivamente vemos que estamos viviendo una importante contradicción en la aplicación del Acuerdo de Escazú. Contradicción que se destaca en que los pueblos indígenas están mirando de palco acá, como los países y el público en general tratan de implementar un acuerdo de defensa de la madre tierra. Los pueblos indígenas en este momento no son protagonistas activos de la implementación del acuerdo de Escazú. Y la forma como está compuesto este salón es clara manifestación de ello. No hay ningún representante indígena en la mesa directiva. No hay ningún representante indígena en el Comité de Apoyo a la Aplicación y al Cumplimiento. No hay representantes indígenas tampoco en las delegaciones de los países. Los pueblos indígenas están viendo de palco la aplicación del acuerdo de Escazú. Y eso vemos claramente en la composición de este salón. Si uno lee con detenimiento la definición de público en el propio acuerdo, no existe ninguna referencia específica a los pueblos indígenas. Los pueblos indígenas no son personas jurídicas. Los pueblos indígenas no son asociaciones. Los pueblos indígenas no son organizaciones o grupos. Los pueblos indígenas son los originarios de la Via Yala, los originarios de este territorio. Son los herederos de las culturas ancestrales y milenarias. Por lo mismo, ninguna de las definiciones de público puede ser una definición para lo que es un pueblo indígena originario ancestral de este territorio. Y creemos que se necesita corregir este error. Y por lo menos en esta decisión habría que incorporar de forma clara y específica dónde corresponde y en las decisiones siguientes. La incorporación después de público.
Inclusion after public, including indigenous people, because the ancestral people are the protectors and defenders of Mother Earth and should be a key actor in the implementation of the Escazú Agreement. Thank you, Bolivia. The representative of the public has a floor. Good morning and thank you, Chair. We yesterday had a plenary and received also some proposals. I'd like to mention them here. Specifically, one by the Latin American Alliance of Defenders of Indigenous Territories, the Mesoamerican Alliance of Indigenous People from the Amazon, Mesoamerican countries, and Coica, which is adding something to the paragraph 2, the significant participation by the public, including the indigenous people, and we, as the elected representatives of the public, would also add Afro-descendants, people, local communities, women, youth, and other vulnerable and marginalized groups, because in that way we can include everything that we heard yesterday at our plenary. Thank you.
Gracias al
I thank the public. Other interventions? One second, please. We need the microphone so that you may take the floor. Good morning to each brother and sister at this very important meeting place. I apologize because I am a bit upset and nervous because for several days now, I apologize for interrupting you. This is the second time that I have interrupted you, but it would be good for you to identify yourself, please. And so we can all hear your presentation. My name is Dina Hook, and I represent the Latin American Alliance of Defenders, Indigenous Territorial Defenders. And I am also here because it is a matter of great concern to see how more vulnerable sectors we must always be demanding, shouting and raising our voice to be included in these instruments and tools which are so important to our people. The President of Chile yesterday said that the policies that are best implemented are those where the people are identified, and that is why the people of Latin America ask Escazú that it is necessary to access and allow a space to facilitate the participation of indigenous people, Afro-descendant people, and space for women. Because we are several of the most vulnerable groups, and when we speak of defenders, we cannot but say that original indigenous people have fought many times and given up many lives to protect Mother Nature, the environment, as you call it. 80% of the forests around the world, it has been shown with the statistics that they protect our communities. And therefore, we cannot continue to talk and moving ahead with regulations that defend people and that could be a hope to have access to real justice. We cannot continue to move ahead if not considering and specifying these sectors. I really regret having to hear several brothers from other states, parties that do not support these procedures and our request, because many of these countries here today cannot deny that there is representation of indigenous people. They cannot deny that in their countries there are Afro-descendant brothers that are fighting and making great efforts to continue to protect 80% of the biodiversity left around the world. And that is why we have come making tremendous efforts, leaving behind our families and obligations as indigenous authorities in our territories, and in the hope that it is possible to include our requests within the Escazú action plan. And that is why we have asked this facility for several days now to include in the ad hoc committee representatives of our people and also include a permanent annual forum, because for us this is a way of asking for a transparent report from our governments to know which are really the actions taken to progress, not told pretty statistics and stories. What we want is to be present, and that is why we have also asked to have participation facilitated, that our form of participation be not bogged down with so much red tape. Yesterday, it was not easy to access to the registration for this space. And additionally, at the gate, if they said, if you do not have the poster that they distributed in the morning, you cannot come in. And you're saying, yes, you are represented in the public, but what we need is for a brother or sister be our spokesperson, because they know our reality. They know the situation that we are living in the territories. And I apologize because I have at the start become a bit nervous and upset, but so much so that you feel the impotence, that it cannot be put across that the people who are most violated against are the indigenous people. They're told that the space is enabled when people don't even have electricity in their territory. So how can they go and apply from a person who access to represent them if they don't have access to the internet? If they don't have access to these links where the participation by the public was facilitated? It has been said, what is not written does not exist, but in the legal documents of our country, so it is. When you are criminalized and you begin a procedure, a legal process to ask for backing, support from the system of justice, what we need is to provide a ground for our request with clear articles. And we recall, Escazú agreement is binding and legal and of the minds of indigenous people. In Guatemala, yes, here we have Guatemaltecan brothers, and they know very well that the defenders, the greatest defenders, are the indigenous people, the people in the communities. It is the peasant brothers who are defending the river at Boca Costa, and so many brothers who are here that do not have an instrument to speak specifically of the defense of these protectors and defenders. And that is why today we have come and once again demanded our 5 proposals. There are 5 because we think that we need to put a name to it so that the brothers who have economic gaps, political gaps, social gaps, and cannot access these spaces, and that is why we insist that we be included, that you should turn your gaze towards us, have a bit of common sense, put yourself in our shoes. For Dina, my brothers and sisters who are here today, to come to this space, to have our voice heard, has implied a tremendous effort, a lot of work, knocking on so many doors to get some help to be here. And that is why what we need is that legitimate spokesman for us who have lived the situation in our countries. They also be here within these spaces, as the brother from Bolivia has explained so well. So I beg of you, take into account these proposals that we have made to be party of the ad hoc group, to have a representative of the indigenous people, to have technical and financial support, to continue with an indigenous caucus by the states parties. And we're hoping that the governments who are listening to us should take this into account, because this is a limitation, and that is why we cannot actively take part within these processes, and also the mechanisms of participation and communication must be more accessible for indigenous people so that we too may send our reports of what is going on, because many of the governments sometimes come to speak of supposed progress made when we know what the reality is in our country that has not changed much in terms of the defense of human rights. We have been told there is a Convention 169 of the ILO for the indigenous people, but we are speaking here of Escazú, an agreement that is going to help us to defend those rights laid down by Convention 169, but specifically for the brothers and sisters, the defenders of the territories, the defenders of the environment, to whom, thanks to their work, that ancestral millenary work, you and me, we may still be able to drink a glass of water, we may still breathe air, we may still drink water without lead or mercury. And so that is why we are begging of you to include our proposals. Thank you very much for this space.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. We have the proposals handed in by you specifically to the document. The proposals that you have made are part of the action plan for the defenders of human rights, and which is the item that we will be seeing immediately later. So I take due note of what you have said and of the proposals made so that we may consider it in that item. And so now I request, if there are interventions regarding the draft resolution on national implementation, and I recognize Antigua and Barbuda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I wish to associate myself with the comments that was made by Argentina. I am sympathetic to the plight of all people, especially indigenous people. But I would say this, once you start subdividing people into different groups, you cause a problem. Escazú, when we negotiated it, we took great lengths to include everybody, all sorts of vulnerable groups. And this idea, then you start having subsets of groups, it's going to cause problems. It'll be dividing people. Not too long ago, there was a decade for Afro-descendants. Who could be more penalized than Afro-descendants? I don't see anyone here, but there are indigenous Afro-descendants. And my concern is we are fighting against each other when the whole objective is for the environment. We are not the enemy. This is the one treaty that I'm aware of where everyone has a say. Great lengths have been gone through so the public can have its say. The problem is not the public. The problem is not indigenous groups. The problem is not how we are organized here. Our problem is big business and commercial entities that come into our countries, especially our small island developing countries, with their big ideas to develop the environment and not care about the damage they do, not to invest in a sustainable way. And when they finish the damage, it is the local people. It is not just indigenous people, it's everybody who's affected by the environment. So when these commercial entities come into our countries, they don't care about the environment. They don't care about sustainable development. All they care about is making money. So we shouldn't get too bogged down with this group, that group, because it's an inclusive treaty. And if we start doing that, we lose track of who the enemy is. We are not the enemies. We all care about the environment. That is why we're here. Now, no disrespect to anyone, but everybody here has a voice. This is, I'm going to repeat it. This is a one treaty I am aware of where the public has a voice. Everyone has a voice. I've come to the meetings, one or two I've missed, but there are always indigenous people here. People always have the opportunity to speak. And I think once we start looking at dividing ourselves, we're going to miss the big picture. So I want to say, I support what Argentina said. I'm standing by that. And, you know, we mustn't play politics. This is serious business. I feel there's an element of one-upmanship and politics going on. And once you start focusing like that, you miss the bigger picture. We're here to defend the environment. We all have our issues. Yes, indigenous people have their issues. There are indigenous people in the Caribbean too. We have our issues too. So let's not forget that we're all in the same boat. So if you're going to say A has a voice, B's going to want a voice, and you're going to go all the way through the alphabet, and once you've done that, you're not going to make any progress. We're supposed to go forward to protect the environment. Look, the issues are all the same. If you have issues in the rainforest, we have issues in Antigua. We have issues. We have our coral reef, our receding beaches, sarcasm, you name it, we have it. And I'm sure you all have the same issues. Someone spoke about water. We have droughts. We hardly have water. There are some people who don't get water for days. We have electricity problems. We all have the same issues. So let us deal with the environment and not get bogged down with A, B, C, and D, because we all have a voice here. Thank you. Oh, one other thing. I support what St. Lucia said about the national implementation that Uruguay suggested. I have no problem with that. But I want us to focus on what's important and not look at what divides and separates us because we care about the environment. Thank you.
Gracias, Maureen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maureen. Any other comments? Yes, Mexico has the floor. Thank you, Chair. In order to move along with this decision, we know there's a lot of preparation that was done in advance and there's consensus. I would like to highlight that Bolivia's proposal that supports Mexico does not have the purpose of imposing any additional obligation to the states, nor to modify in any way the Escazú agreement. The proposal is very simple. It consists in highlighting the indigenous peoples as part of the public that the states must consult in order to carry out their national implementation. It is a way of guiding the states, those who wish to do so. So it is useful to make visible the importance of including consultations among the public to indigenous peoples. I think we could, after hearing several of the interventions, we could speak of indigenous peoples and Afro-descendants, because they are two categories that in several of our countries have been recognized and must be consulted. It is merely indicative, and I don't see that we're doing any harm to our deliberations. Thank you, Ambassador. And this spirit, I would like to appeal to your experience and flexibility. My interpretation, in paragraph 2, does not make any indication to the states. It celebrates, recognizes that the implementation plans, the roadmaps that have been traced and that we have seen that were presented in this room, celebrate that these have been carried out in a collaborative spirit and with the participation of the public. So, likewise, in paragraph 6, there isn't any indication to the states either. It is thanking something that happened, thanking the support of international organizations and other organizations, not only regional ones. So, with this interpretation and this view of the text, I would like to propose to the room that we maintain the wording of paragraph 2 as it was proposed, because it makes a specific reference to the active participation of the public making an amendment only at the end, and as Mexico technically and specifically mentioned, substituting countries by the parties. And if we can maintain this resolution, including paragraph 8, according to the text proposed by Uruguay, substituting the numbering so that the current paragraph 8 encourages becomes paragraph 9, and paragraph 9 invites would be paragraph 10. If there are no objections in the room, we could. Bolivia has the floor. Yes, Chair, thank you for the clarification. It is important that you have made this clarification. And then Bolivia invites the parties to the preparation of the roadmaps for the national implementation of the Escazú Agreement with the significant participation of the public, including indigenous peoples. We would include that paragraph. We cannot omit, Mr. Chairman, we cannot leave out the indigenous peoples of the preparation of any plans that is critical for the plurinational state of Bolivia. We cannot continue to advance this process excluding the main actors in our and protagonists of our territories and our countries. That is a matter of great importance for our delegation, and we would only support the approval with the inclusion of this new paragraph. Thank you. Thank you, Bolivia. Out of a matter of order, I think your proposal should be considered in paragraph 7, because paragraph 7 is inviting the parties to elaborate. I think if you would agree, and if there is no objection, we could then proceed, as I mentioned earlier, with the addition of Bolivia's comment, but included in paragraph 7. So with the participation of the public, including indigenous peoples and local communities, because Bolivia did not express it that way, but that is the agreed upon language that we have seen in other resolutions. Ecuador and Chile are nodding in approval. If there are no further comments, we now approve this document.
La regla
5318 says that when there are delays, we need to take advantage of our lunchtime to get up to speed. But this chair says, let's just go to lunch. So we will go to the break, the lunch break, inviting you to be, please don't leave. Please don't leave. Stay in your seats, please. I would like to invite you to be here at 2:30 punctually, on time, because we will be talking about a very important item on the agenda. It is the Defender's Plan. So I will ask the Secretariat to make some announcements before we leave. And I'd like to remind you all to not leave any personal belongings during lunch. St. Lucia wishes to use the floor. We're going to lunch. You have the floor, Kate.
You broke for lunch. I believe we have a closed meeting of National Focal Points, and we wanted to know where exactly it was, which room it was. Thank you.
I'll offer the floor to the Secretariat, and they will complete their announcements and then answer your question. Thank you, Kate, for the opportunity. In fact, there are some comments by some delegations will be meeting. It's in the fourth floor. You just take the elevator at the end of the hall. Last floor, fourth floor of ECLAC. And I would like to announce, because there's some people that don't know, at the end of the day, we will have a cocktail or cocktail reception so that we can all talk about the advances of the agreement.
Muchas gracias. 14.
Thank you very much. We'll see you all at 4:30, 2:30 sharp. Sorry.
Muy buenas tardes. Espero que haya
I hope that you have been able to enjoy time for lunch, and that if you were also able to enjoy an additional coffee in the additional time, even better. I invite you to resume our work now with reference to point 4 of the agenda, approved presentation of the action plan on defenders of human rights in environmental matters that we are currently drafting. As you know, this proposal that we have now was drafted by a working group that was open and that exchanged different opportunities and with various persons involved, and moderated by representatives of Chile, Ecuador, and St. Kitts and Nevis. It is thanks to their leadership that they were able to coordinate the group, in addition to drafting the proposed plan for the defenders of human rights and environmental matters that we are now considering at this COP meeting. This was in Decision 1.6 of the first meeting of COP held 2 years ago in April 2022 at this same place. Consequently, we thank this set of countries that led the ad hoc working group, and for the presentation of the plan, I will hand over to Chile. Chile, the floor is yours.
Muy buenas tardes, muchas gracias, señor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Since this is my first intervention, of course, I would like to express my gratefulness that once again ECLAC has welcomed us so warmly and supported us with this expertise so necessary in the only treaty that Latin America and the Caribbean has. And I would also like to thank the public, of course, who have accompanied this work of practically 2 years, the representatives of the public who have been constantly contributing to the process, and of course the presiding officers. And so I focus this in the marvelous leadership by the chair, who does so respectfully, rigorously, and efficiently at the same time. And also thank you for the welcome speech tomorrow that spoke to us of this, the society, collectiveness, and how we need each other to continue to progress. And that is what the action plan is precisely about. The plan that I will present together with my colleague from Ecuador. I would like to highlight that if there is unanimously by all state parties, this third plan is of the highest relevance in terms of public policy, not only as our chair reminded us because it is the mandate given at COP1, but because, as everyone has said, President Boric said it, the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, and the chair of the conference. This is a dramatic situation, particularly in Latin America. And so, aside from the legal obligation that we have to adopt a plan, we have an ethical imperative, and that it cannot be put aside and is urgent. That is why this long process, what we have tried to do as the co-facilitators together with St. Kitts and Nevis, is to focus on the agreed language of the Escazú agreement also reivindicates the nature of the agreement, the cooperation focus to strengthen capacities and inclusion. The second was to learn from the process of the Escazú agreement that we saw, as we saw this morning, of the fruits given. I invite you to read the proposed plan, seeing how the provisions open the way. We know, as the representative of the public said yesterday, of the diversity of persons, groups, and organizations that promote and defend the environment. And so, therefore, this plan must make sense to all countries, and that is why does not have the careful detail that maybe many of you would legitimately expect to find. But it does allow us to continue ahead. And the third key element of this process is, of course, an inclusive and participatory process. This morning, we also heard the report by the president of the COP, as well as the secretariat, who spoke of, I dare say, you may correct me, the most participatory process so far under this treaty or an agreement. And processes are important. In fact, the Escazú agreement is a process for decision making. It is a process and allows you to prepare and have an impact on the outcomes, take responsibility and respecting ourselves among each other and sharing trust. And so I can hand over to my colleague from Ecuador to highlight how the way has been to have such a plan so necessary and urgent. Thank you, Chairman. I thank Chile for that introduction. That leaves me no more to say but second those words and recognize the work done and the need to speak of how we have worked to present and provide this plan to you, and which we hope will be welcomed and approved. To provide a short context, just a moment, please. I believe we need to put up the first presentation.
Listo, muchas gracias.
Thank you. As we all know, Article 9 of the Escazú Agreement sets forth that each party will ensure a safe and proper surroundings so that the defenders of human rights may act without threats, restrictions, or insecurity. They should take measures to recognize, protect, and promote their rights, as well as to prevent, investigate, and sanction attacks, threats, or intimidations. In this sense, in a context within COP1 held here in Santiago in April 2022, the Decision 16 agreed to establish an ad hoc working group, open group on defenders of human rights and environmental matters that we've called the working group. This group is coordinated by Chile, Ecuador, St. Kitts and Nevis. And the aim of this decision was to draft an action plan in this regard to be presented at this COP for consideration and approval. I would not like to be so exhaustive, but yes, speak to you that we have a procedure that goes back more than 2 years, we could say, or almost 2 years. And when everything began with a meeting of the working group in October 22, and in November 22, we were in Quito, we held the first forum, and when we picked up inputs from the working groups to begin to prepare the plan. In April 23, we held the extraordinary COP meeting in Buenos Aires, Argentina, and where the working group presented a proposed annotated index of the action plan. From April through July 23, we did a virtual public consultation on this proposal. In August 23, we held some working meetings. In September 23, we held the second forum on human rights presenting the draft action plan. And by November 23, we continued with our working group meetings, and also in that same period from November through January 24, we held a meeting with the presiding office, informal, open, and we began drafting the revised draft action plan. And so in the same period, we had a strategy for public participation to receive inputs from the working groups at the second forum, and virtual consultations and coordination with key players. In January 24, we held the second meeting of coordinators of the working group and a systemization of the outcomes of the public virtual consultation. We also, in a somewhat more exemplary manner, which were the steps followed in this process. And here, I would like to highlight that among all of the organizations and work meetings that we held from November 23 through January 24, other actors and international agencies also took part, such as UN Women, UNEP, many others, including the civil society, universities, and other stakeholders. As I said earlier, we have a public consultation online, and we have a method to receive information appropriately, and that may be processed and reflected in the plan that we are presenting now. And we received a total of 816 questionnaires, 502 through our web page, 314 by email, out of a total of 21 countries. Individually, 291, and organizations, 525. Civil society organizations, indigenous people, and others totaling 508, and one non-specified. We would like to highlight participation by several countries, especially major response from El Salvador, Guatemala, Argentina, Panama, Mexico, Honduras, Costa Rica, Chile, Brazil, and others.
As we can tell here, the plan that we had already submitted for the consideration of the public did not show any major change, only specific ones. At axis number 1, action number 2, pillar number 2, and goal number 3, action number 2. And that is basically the information that we received for changes in the process. Right now, with this kind of information, we brought in these amendments in the action plan and background information. Here we have included the reference that the action plan be supplementary and create synergy with the functions of the support committee to implementation and compliance of Escazú. In focus and principles, the paragraph was improved, saying that the implementation of the plan will promote gender focus that be intergenerational, intersectional, and intercultural, especially considering persons and groups in a vulnerable situation according to the agreement. The plan has 4 pillars, each one with its goal and lines of action. We also considered have some aspects included in the exercise that has to do with the observatory, reinforcing the content on human rights, promoting its dissemination, accessibility, and understanding. We also included the recognition of other human rights related to a healthy environment. And besides the state and the public, we'll try to build a culture of recognition, communication, and raising awareness will be adapted to social, economic, cultural, and geographic features of the public. We added a new action to promote the exchange and partnerships between human rights groups with the states in order to go forward in recognizing their labor. We reinforce the fact that the plan is part of the focus and principles previously described, especially with the gender focus and being intersectional. We added that the support and technical assistance will also be in agreement with the national characteristics. We added strengthening the mechanisms for prevention and protection, and we also added who are the justice operators, and we also said that we will prepare and disseminate the material to be known on the capabilities and contents of article number 9. And that would be what I wanted to bring to you on the process and the work that has been conducted. The idea is to have as much contribution as possible from the state, the civil society, and the public, so that this agreement be as comprehensive as possible for the understanding of all. With the chair's permission, I will pass on to the next presentation that has to do with the content of the plan. This presentation, for most of us here, is already known. It is really the same presentation that was also seen at the official pre-COP for Escazú, and it has also received the attention of the civil society at the pre-COP on April 19th and 20th. You already know this action plan because it has been available as of February 28th of this year. Its introduction states that this is the only treaty in the world that contains specific provisions on behalf of groups and organizations and persons who defend the environment. Then it tackles the process of Decision 1-6. It also mentions the 2 regional fora held in Ecuador and in Panama. It also says that, as my colleague from Ecuador showed, not only the input from party states, but also from social organization and other kinds of organizations from the public as well. Now, unfortunately, we do know about what's happened here, as we heard in this conference, because we need the resolution from the Human Rights Council from 2019 that shows the serious status of human rights defenders in environmental issues. The report of the rapporteur for human rights from 2016 states the same. So it is urgent that measures be adopted as stated under Article 9. For those who still have not seen the videos on the negotiation for Escazú, Article 9 was handwritten by environmental defenders. It was an article that was not that important for some, but it has now been made part of the structure. It has a preventive nature because naturally we don't want these attacks to take place, nor any kind of intimidation. The goal here is to push along a series number 4 with different strategic action, and the horizon is of 6 years. This plan then is to last until 2030. The focus, because of the strategy for public participation, has cross-cutting principles, not as in previous versions where certain provisions had an intercultural or intergenerational focus. No, this is all cross-cutting. The principles of Article 3 of Escazú have been made part of this, but we have appropriated principles that belong to human rights, international public law, and rights, as well as the environmental rights. The priority pillars and strategic actions are connected as Escazú are interconnected, and they should be read systemically. The first pillar is the generation of knowledge. Knowledge creation and sensitizing and raising awareness on the situation of the rights, the goal of, and that the objectives of people pursue, groups, organizations, and it also has to do with sanctions. It involves 4 strategic actions. The first one has to do with diagnosis that can look at things such as the number of attacks, threats, intimidations, the type of vulneration, and what we have available. It also talks about the forum on reflection that we've talked about. It has received support, especially from those who promote the environmental agenda, and also as a mechanism to create networks. As you know, as of the negotiation before Escazú, we have an observatory on principles. We can also look at laws, policies, programs, and measures in this matter. And naturally, disseminating the material, the input that is created through this action line and pillar. Secondly, recognition and appreciation of the work conducted by people and groups that promote and defend the environment, as well as their contribution that is in the preamble of Escazú. This, aside from Article 9, talks about the role in its contribution to sustainable development, access rights, and human rights. It also includes 4 strategic actions. As you can see here, we encourage a partnership between state party and the defenders of the environment. And here I'd like to draw your attention to the first point, and that has to do with the national implementation. The implementation is seen by state parties that according to their situation and according to their priorities and according to their levels, I'm talking about federal, national, local, involving the different state powers may apply and implement this plan. Naturally, using the cooperation under Escazú capacity building. And I'd also like to urge you that this action plan has profited from voluntary contributions. Still, very few state parties have contributed with that, but it is so needed. So we urge countries to do so and also to have partnerships with different international organizations that have participated in this plan, as well as academia, civil society, private sector. We call on for the Secretariat to help us in setting up these partnerships. And just as Escazú, this is a base plan. All state parties can go beyond what is here stated. That is why the relationship that may occur between state parties and different organizations is so important. Communication is needed, not just between ourselves, because we know about this matter, but also with development banks, with the media, and others. Activities are to celebrate and to recognize what has been done. There we can have executives from companies and different authorities for that kind of recognition. And naturally, the bond with other fora and regional or national instances, such as, for example, last year in the Human Rights and Enterprise Forum that focused the environment. The next pillar has to do with 8 specific actions. In capacity building and in cooperation, as we heard by the chair, we all said that there's no country that cannot contribute with something to Escazú, nor is there any country that has nothing to learn. The different actions here, the first one has to do with the guidelines that may be useful to different parties, players, to develop a political mechanism or program, or to go over what already exists. And these are the exceptional cases. Of the 33 countries that will be party to Escazú, only 7 have protocols and specific instruments. And naturally, and in line with the decision just approved in the conference, the technical support that can be provided so that the national plans and the roadmaps address what has been promised under Article 9. Relationship with a guarantor, with human rights organizations, observing rules, recommendations, and guidelines that already exist throughout the world. We have already talked about the guiding principles of companies and human rights. Training with those who promote and defend the environment, and also in the benefit of players in order to support this plan. Training with justice organizations and those who are more related to the protection of these defenders, and naturally the preparation of material related to this matter. And finally, the last pillar has to do with evaluation, follow-up, and revision of the action plan.
This has to be read together with the decision-making process. And as you know, this is an open composition group where everybody can participate, and it has to be in an inclusive fashion. Therefore, that group can provide follow-up and review. And we also consider that this immediate implementation plan, as soon as it is approved by the COP should be applied. But of course, we'll come with a very simple program where basically we will be checking those elements such as accountability, resources, and we hope this will raise hands once it is approved. Among the obligations of the state party, and we realize what needs to be done in the Escazú agreement, and according to what the treaty expresses, we have to see what we're doing in terms of Article 9. And of course, we have to provide a report to the Conference of the Parties on how this plan is moving forward, and thus be able to go through the necessary corrections if needed. And this is where I will need my participation. And I am thanking St. Kitts and Nevis, Ecuador, and Chile and myself to have been able to lead this process. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chile. Thank you, Ecuador. Thank you, St. Kitts and Nevis, for leading the group and for this plan that has been recently presented. I understand we have the possibility to watch a video of the process. The video has English subtitles.
Bueno, cuando yo era pequeño, mi mamá me decía, cuando venía del monte, cuando traía los bastimentos, decía, hijo, vaya a traer unos dos pescados para que comamos con nuestra yuca. Y entonces siempre nosotros guardábamos nuestro arpón en el techo de la casa, metido, o abajo de la casa. Y entonces agarraba mi arponcito y iba ahí nomás en los mangles, y solamente asomaba así en los mangles para identificar, seleccionar qué tipo de pescado quiero llevar.
El agua era tan transparente,
Tan
se miraba los
transparente,
peces
y
que
los
había.
peces ahí entre los mangles, entre las raíces de los mangles estaba ahí.
En mi niñez, pues,
Y eso,
las almejas era como una sábana puesta, sábanas blancas en la playa. Solo íbamos y agarrábamos y en quintales.
No es un problema
It is not a technical problem, it's a human problem. This is the video that we saw yesterday when celebrating Mother Day, but it is being solved.
equivocó la computadora.
The computer made the mistake. While solving this technical issue, we will invite Mr. Jan Yarab, representative for South America of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, to address us about the plan And immediately after the video, we will be able to start with the open dialogue. And Jan, you have the floor. Good afternoon. I would like to start by greeting the chair, the representatives of the state parties, the defenders that are here, representatives of the civil society, representatives of indigenous groups, and the United Nations system that are here with us today. And I also would like to congratulate the colleagues from ECLAC to protect human rights defenders and environmental matters in the region is urgent. Latin America is still the most dangerous region in terms of human rights. And the people that are really threatened are those that are defending the territories, the land, and others. Attacks suffered by defenders, as you know, include the stigmatization, threats to their psychological aspects and physical and their families, and tremendous patterns of criminality and other elements. We can say that Article 9 of the Escazú Agreement is specific for international issues that were already taken into consideration by the countries of the region, require an urgent action of the different parties to create a safe area for human rights defenders in environmental matters. And it is in this context that the action plan of the defenders of the people in Latin America and the Caribbean are a very important tool to reach the desires of defenders, the civil society, the indigenous people that are all defending the environment, helping states establish the integrated activities. The special rapporteur of those that are the environmental human rights defenders have ensured that the proper environment should be understood as such a place where the work of defenders is involved in the general support of the society, and where the institutions and the government processes promote their safety and the goals of their activities. To be able to reach these activities, the international standards talk about cross-sectional or cross-cutting issues for protection based in a vision that is integrated and is more than just safety, placing the focus in protection of their defending activities. It also talks about the relevance of access to justice and the end of impunity to all the people that are the defenders in this area. And the plan that has us here together today considers the strategic access and many of these elements. Even though the plan could be improved from the High Commissioner's office, we value the fact that in this plan means that we can already have a diagnosis in the region, allowing us to understand what the situation of these people and organizations are going through. Likewise, inclusion of an access of acknowledgement will consider the different needs of the region, of ending with the stigmatization and to highlight the value of the activity of defending in our democracies. We'll also consider that the adoption of regional alignment in aligning international standards in prevention, protection, and access to justice for the defenders will be a fundamental support so the states can create a safe area for the defense of rights. We're celebrating the call of the civil society and our technicians to be able to integrate in the implementation of the plan, the gender approach, intersectional activities, territorial activities, and intercultural activities. Likewise, the creation of a participation mechanism that is significant of the public through open dialogues that take into consideration indigenous people, farmers, and populations that are vulnerable. It is in this context that the office is supporting the continuation of the efforts to strengthen representation of indigenous people in the structure of the agreement. The development of the implementation plan of the action plan is an urgent matter that has to be a priority by all of the stakeholders. It is a fundamental element to satisfy the expectation of implementing at regional and national level actions that create the proper environment for the defense of these rights. This requires a proper implementation and effective implementation of the plan, and thus to create a diagnosis and to be able to create regional guidelines that were already mentioned. We hope that the implementation of the plan will contemplate protection of defenders as well as its inclusion in all of the participation areas that are all tasks involving the different sectors of the society, meaning that the state should also guarantee that third parties are not making vulnerable activities in these rights, and thus revert the stigmatization patterns that are suffered by defenders. And this should take into consideration all actors of the society, including the private sector, given that in many cases, defenders are suffering stigmatization or attacks that come from entrepreneurial actors. From the High Commissioner's Office, we want to give you full technical assistance in the development and all of the activities that are part of the plan, together with those that are accountable and interested parties. The commitment of the office in this process has been to offer technical support in integrating the approach of human rights in the design of the plan, its content, and now its implementation. As I have previously expressed, the creation of safe environments for the activity of human rights defenders of the environment is a responsibility shared by all. And thus, I would like to repeat my institutional commitment from the office, where we will continue contributing for the efforts in the region, search for this goal, and improving the situation of environmental human rights defenders. Thank you very much.
No importa. Ese era el video.
That was the video that we had for you.
Que nos permite recordar.
Pero más allá de su extensión,
So rather than its length or a technical complexity, I believe that this is graphic evidence of the process, where there we can really see how many people that participated there, as well as many of us here participated. And to be able to end with the presentation section, this very first part of the plan, I would like to offer the floor to Andrea Brusco. Maybe many of you think that she does not need a presentation or introduction, but I will be introducing her differently as we usually introduce her, because today I have to express that she is a deputy regional representative of the Regional Office for Latin America and the Caribbean of the UNEP. So, Andrea, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for your excellent management of the work that is being held here at the COP and for the organization of the meeting. To our host country, Chile, thank you for always receiving us and hosting us so kindly, and for all the member states for their progress. It is an honor for the UN Program for the Environment to make use of the floor at this point in the agenda. There is an urgent, necessary, and very important matter to comply with the objective of advancing the implementation of the Escazú Agreement and Decision 6 of the first meeting of the Conference of the Parties, contributing as well in a substantive manner to the achievement of the objectives of the Sustainable Development, more specifically Objective 17 of promoting peaceful and inclusive societies, facilitate access to justice for all, and creating effective, responsible, and inclusive societies at all levels. For those of you who were at Escazú, you may recall, as I do, the exact moment where the text of Article 9 was approved. I recall this moment with great emotion because there was a great satisfaction in the environment, and of course because of the image of Berta Cáceres, who was at the center of the meeting room. We also remember this with great admiration. All of us who were there were very much aware of the fact that with the adoption of Article 9, the region was signing and undertaking the need to revert the tragic situation of being the most dangerous place for the defense of life, of our Mother Earth, and our human right to a healthy environment. Article 9 is a milestone for environmental democracy, not only in this region, but also worldwide. The path that has been traced has broadened in these years, thanks to everyone who is here and many more people that are on site and virtual events, in-person dialogue, meeting rooms, offices, in the women defenders groups, in other legal groups, representatives of the indigenous peoples in Quito in 2022 at the first COP with the adoption of Article 17, with the extraordinary COP, the second forum in Panama last year, and the pre-COP. We celebrate the path that we have followed because it allows for so many to be included and respected, honoring the inclusive and open spirit that has guided this process from the beginning with the 2012 declaration. This conference of the parties, thanks to the preparatory work that has been done, has the opportunity to relive that beautiful moment that we lived in Escazú, with a special recognition to Chile and to St. Kitts and Nevis for their proposal and action plan, to all people and organizations that have offered their support in this open and participative process that took place between 2022 and early this year. We would like to encourage all countries to adopt this plan. From the UN Program for the Environment, we would like to express our will and commitment to contribute to the implementation of the action plan, which marks and offers us a clear framework for action for the next 6 years to continue the path towards strengthening capacities at all levels. The care for the environment and those who wish to protect it understand it as a shared responsibility. This plan is not only important for our region. Here at the UNEP, we are also very protective of the human rights defenders in environmental matters, and that this be extended to all regions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you for this memory. We will now open the floor in order to take comments on the point in the order of the day that we are looking at right now. We're going to do it in two different segments. We will restrict interventions in this first part to comments or questions, opinions directly on the plan project. We will leave the decision project for consideration thereafter. So I'd like to invite delegations and the public to make use of the floor on the proposal of the plan, action plan for the protection of defenders of human rights and environmental matters.
Tiene la palabra Brasil. Colombia.
Colombia has the floor. I can't really see clearly from here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to the board and to ECLAC for enabling us to be here, Chile as a host country, and all other organizations and people that are with us today. A year ago in Buenos Aires, we had the expectation of coming to this meeting as a member state. We are still observers, and hopefully next year we will be granted, or if there's an extraordinary quota, maybe we can attend as a member state. And Colombia, the national government, is invested in ratifying and becoming a member in order to actively participate in all these decisions that involve us. So we are here as an observer country and are pleased to be here. But I'd like to invite everyone to Cali. Cali will be the seat of the COP27 in October, and Colombia has been organizing this for a while. We hope to see you for COP16 on biological diversity in October in Cali. But before talking about this, I'd like to say that Colombia has waited for the Constitutional Court to rule on the constitutionality of the Escazú Agreement. We have already seen the process, and our president has signed the expedition of the law, but there's an automatic control there at the Constitutional Court. But we're all invited to a ruling very soon, and I represent this area. I'm the director. After this public hearing, we hope that the court will rule in favor of the constitutionality of this agreement, and hopefully this will solve that one last obstacle and we can become full members of the Escazú Agreement. Yesterday we woke up with very sad news in Colombia. Defender number 51 was murdered yesterday, the 51st defender of human rights in environmental matters that was murdered. We feel deep sorrow, and today we are expecting a confirmation of the 52nd defender that may have been murdered. Last year we also saw several of these cases. It is extremely painful and it's very difficult, but we put ourselves on their side and we continue to do this from the public service. But this is why we would like to ask that you approve this action plan. It will drive all actions, and Colombia is given, it supports the right to life and the right to defend all these people that defend nature, our territory, and life. But it is important to have more support, to have the support of international cooperation. This cooperation that may help, and hopefully we won't be condemned to have another 100 years of solitude, as Gabriel Garcia Marquez said, that we not be forgotten or ignored. We are very attentive to the Escazú agreement, and we're taking measures as the Colombian government to initiate these measures, even though we're not full members. We thank ECLAC for that, and we thank everyone to take us into consideration. And everyone is asking me how we're doing. We are a step away, and we hope this step will be materialized, because we need this collaboration, we need this strengthening, we need to learn from those that have already started moving ahead of us. Today, it is a huge challenge. We are summoned by the defense of life, the defense of the defenders' lives. So I would like to say to this plenary session that we should continue to move forward, but we are doing this as a country as well, and we hope to soon be part of this select group as full members of the Escazú Agreement. Thank you. Thank you, Colombia. We will be very much attentive to this. Well, the plurinational state we feel it is extremely important that, in consequence with what we have mentioned, that we could include in a cross-cutting fashion, when we talk about persons, groups, organizations, that we be able to include in a cross-cutting manner the integration of the text. It is important to take into account, in respect of the principles, a very relevant aspect for the defenders of human rights are also defending the rights of Mother Earth. They find themselves defending the rights of Mother Earth, and we see that in the second paragraph when we talk about the principles and approaches. We believe it should also mention that the plan is guided by the premises of full and effective action in favor of the recognition of the defenders and the rights of Mother Earth, at least for the countries Another element that we believe is extremely important for the application of the plan, the support committee of the Escazú Agreement, we feel it should be mentioned. Important to include all the competent authorities. We can't omit the participation of the national entities in the implementation of this plan. And in these action lines, it's important to include an activity like OC9, which promotes the active participation of indigenous peoples and local communities to advance in the exchange of experiences on their codes, their life codes, their best practices, recognizing the importance of these peoples in the contribution to sensitizing people on the care of Mother Earth.
And with these considerations, our country believes that it's important that we implement this plan to truly implement Escazú agreement. Thank you, Bolivia. Mexico, you have the floor. Thank you, Chairperson. I'd like to start out by expressing my appreciation of the delegation Chile and Ecuador, and together with St. Kitts and Nevis as a part of the working group for this great job, job well done, so that we may go on into the protection of human rights defenders. On behalf of Mexico, I'd also like to recognize civil society for the process behind the action plan. Its active participation too for two editions of the Fora on Defenders of the Environment, of the Human Rights in the Environment, was crucial to have a coherent document, a document that is coherent with our reality in the region. We also wish to thank the participation of the elected representatives from the public. They have expressed their commitment in the process. And finally, as always, our thanks to ECLAC that has been fundamental as a secretariat in this process. Mexico allocates great importance to this. We see it as a great opportunity to find our lighthouse in order to thus meet our obligations under Article 9 of Escazú. We allocate great importance to one of the pillars, to all of them, but one that is even more important for us is recognition. In order to provide the necessary protection to the environmental protectors, we must start by recognizing their work, avoiding any kind of discrimination, no matter where it may come from, because this would go against the important work that they do. Mexico did an internal reflection on this working plan. It was also a participatory dialogue. We had a dialogue with the 8 federal instances that have to do with this subject. There are also instances of coordination with 32 state mechanisms to protect human rights defenders, plus the national mechanism. Something that is worth saying is that the government office organized a working table entitled Regional Action for Environmental Defenders under Escazú. This is a local vision. Therefore, in my country, locally, we have as benchmark Escazú in order to strengthen the work done by human rights defenders. We would like to complete this plan with an additional idea. I'm talking about adding an action to one of the pillars. What we have heard here at COP and side events, the action plan would be even more rich if we had the action plan. I repeat, it's important that one of the actions be the creation of protocols for the action of defenders. These are protocols that we should do or prepare in our countries, and that will help the people in the Justice Department that help out to defend these persons. Thank you, Mexico. I now grant the floor to the elected public representative. Thank you. We will now start with this intervention mentioning a document that we have circulated to some of you here and that we have taken to some of the meetings we have attended. And I think it's important to observe them. The first one is related to the knowledge pillar. Here we see activity A1. We find that it's important to encourage the production of data. We know that not all countries have enough data for diagnosis, but we hope that during 6 years at least we will have more information on the situation of the defenders than we had at the beginning, where it says, according to the data availability, we suggest that progressively and promoting the generation of data, that is replacing the language by the language that is found in Escazú on access to information. And likewise, we'd like to add results. A1 says the instruments, results, and international mechanisms and national mechanisms that are related to prevention, protection, and sanction. And we wanted to insist on this so as to act preventively and also to go beyond to find out what are the results of each of the protection measures. And finally, we'd like to talk about the pillar on recognition. Point B2, item B2. Here we see that we must include some kind of language to work with the preventive element that we talked about earlier. Here we see that the actions of dissemination, communication, and public awareness could try to decrease the threats that they suffer from and to also help out with the impact of the whole process. I think that then what B2 has could decrease the threats and would help support prevention. I will continue with the next pillar that has to do with implementation. Naturally, this is one that is extremely important, that has had great progress since its first version. But we see that C4 shows a difference between the meeting of rules and standards and supporting recommendations. So C4 should be to ensure observation and appropriate use of the rules and support the international recommendations that have to do with respecting and ensuring an appropriate, safe environment. So we repeat, there is a difference between guaranteeing the use of the law and observing the implementation, because we know that on some occasion the law is used against the work of the defenders, especially when there are criminal actions involved. Now, as to the action plan, we would like to bring back an idea that we had in the second forum on defenders. We talked about a graph with the persons that have been responsible on certain occasions. It would be important to say that these are responsibles for the actions under the action plan, and there we could already start with implementation immediately. We have read all of these actions, and we identify when that they are actions from the parties and when they are done by the parties with the support of the Secretariat. And finally, I'd like to say that for the public, it's very important to approve an action plan at this COP and an action plan that will pursue the needs of all of our countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you, public. The representative from UNDP has the floor. Thank you, Chair. I am Maria Eugenia Bipaola. I am coordinating the program for Argentina, and I'm honored to be here on behalf of our regional office, UNDP. I'd like to stress, I am from UNEP. I'd like to make some comments on the program, on the plan we're talking about. Let me, first of all, saying that at UNDP, we are aware that Escazú is indeed a key instrument for the region in access to information, citizen participation, access to justice, and what really distinguishes this in the protection of the defenders of human rights is that it is a fundamental tool in view of the alarming figures of the killing of many activists in the region, and this has been made evident in other statements. Last year, in 23, as part of the activities for Escazú, UNDP has followed up governments. We have also followed up youngsters in different activities that have been held on Escazú, climate change, Escazú communication, as well as different interagency efforts having to do with human rights and the environment. As has already been stated by the coordinator from Chile. I really don't want to take much of your time, but let me say that the report of the UN's program on human rights that has been conducting for many years now, this year, 23-24, identifies inequality, lack of security, and polarization as concrete obstacles to sustainable development, stressing the fact that our region is going through fast increase in polarization, even faster than other regions. And the confidence in institutions have decreased tremendously between until 2018, in up to 20%, saying that only 1 of 5 have expressed confidence in their government. So with this kind of situation in the region, we must appreciate not only the benefits of a sound legal framework that is offered by Escazú, but also the challenges in tackling this implementation. And as a result, in responding to these challenges, we cannot have the same mindset that was used when the democracies were formed in the region. Right now, we have the opportunity to build a social contract that will allow for peaceful coexistence, to create trust, and to have a more significant participation in order to respond to the new demands of society. And that is why, from UNDP, we are following up the implementation of Escazú agreement, and we have actively participated since 2019.
In this order of ideas, the Human Development Report invites us to resume cooperation and overcome blockages to development, and the Latin American Escazú agenda is a way to recognize recognition, knowings, and space, and share and enhance partnerships in terms of environmental justice. And in this sense, we welcome this COP and would like to highlight three key aspects for an effective implementation of the agreement: the Forum of Environmental Defense, financing, and digitalization for inclusion. I would like to dwell specifically on the Forum of Environmental Defenders that clearly, and as was said, provides a crucial space for community leaders may share experiences, challenges, and strategies to protect the environment and also promote environmental justice, facilitating the exchange of knowledge, best practices, and strengthening in this way the capacity and resilience of defenders. Along these lines, we have the action plan for the defenders of human rights in environmental matters that is presented today, developed by Chile, Ecuador, St. Kitts and Nevis, and that today we are dealing with at this COP. I would like to say that also in line with what was said, this plan seeks to strengthen the protection of those who defend the environment and human rights in the region, putting into effect a series of priority points and strategies to move ahead towards the full and effective implementation of Article 9 of the Escazú Agreement, which is very important in the context as has been expressed before. Going directly to my conclusion, in line with what was said earlier by our colleagues, the High Commissioner, UNEP, and also thanking ECLAC for all of the support received in the various aspects of the Escazú process, we would like to emphasize UNDP's commitment to continue collaborating with the government, civil society, agency, and the technical secretariat in the implementation of the Escazú agreement, not only within the framework of the current UNDP strategy and its human development report, but also through the initiatives and current and future projects with a view to achieving the 2030 agenda and also the current climate crisis. And we're aware that has been put forward for defenders is key in this sense. I would like to end by highlighting joint work. We must continue to work with young people, with the gender approach, intersectional, intercultural, because they play a key role in order to achieve environmental and climate justice. We want to promote access to justice and legal empowerment to ensure that people who are living in vulnerable situations may be able to defend their environmental rights and so offset the consequences of this world crisis. Thank you.
Gracias al representante.
I thank the representative of the UNDP. Thank you. And now I would like to recognize the representatives of UN Women. Your floor is yours.
Muchísimas gracias, presidente.
Thank you, Chairman, and I thank everyone. And we would like to greet the chair and the secretariat for all the work carried out and with visible results, and also for recognizing us. We greet all delegations of the states, parties, and also the representatives of the public, and we recognize St. Kitts and Nevis and Ecuador and Chile for the work carried out, UN Women, and applause the states for the proposed action plan, undoubtedly a very important and key step to the implementation of the agreement. UN Women also thanks the states party that already have their roadmap and action plans, and also those states in process. The presentation this morning were truly enriching, and we highlight all of these processes that have been carried out in a participatory manner, and those that specifically include women and who include the gender approach in their proposals and outcomes, and of course the intersectional approach presented in this process in each country. UN Women is at the disposition of the provisions of the agreement that allow interaction with UN agencies and is at the service of the state so that the gender approach may set a difference in action and outcomes expected of the agreement. As you well know, the last report of the frontline defenders published last year, April 23, says that half of the 401 murders of defenders of human rights recorded during 2022 were against persons involved in the defense of the earth and the environment. We are in a treble climate crisis, as the UN Secretary General has said, and the environmental crisis is deepening, which means that the process of violence against these defenders is also going to increase. And this is a challenge that states must accept and that we consider should be put on the table, because as actions for mitigation and adaptations and losses and damages should not have specific and visible outcomes, the tensions will increase. And so in this sense, women are going to be the most negatively affected. And here is not a matter of putting it on the weighing machine whether men or women suffer most, but rather when the relations between men and women is important when we're facing the threat of climate action. We have seen that they've been mentioned for a man should have a wage, and this has meant that women stay in the communities. That is because has led to the fact that they refer to the land to defend their life, but it is they that know the environment, the constitutional elements of Mother Earth, and how these networks work. They know of ecology, and so therefore they have many responses that we should listen to, both states and international intergovernment agencies. Women have been there for years. They have been adapting, and they have been reconstituting their means of life to have a livelihood of what is still alive, because women have the mandate of caring for life. And so in this sense, it is indispensable that all of our mechanisms and instruments should adopt the gender approach, not as an element with which we must simply meet, but as a factor that will solve life. And in this case, the local communities and indigenous people and the women in these communities and indigenous people, in addition to be working for the sustainability of life, are also working for the transcendence. We shall not forget, on the one hand, we human beings feed, and on the other hand, we have moral, ethical, and spiritual references, which means that the setting is more or less important. And so that is why this conjunction of factors is key, so that when we make decisions with regard to the role played by the gender approach in our decisions and mechanisms, and human beings, we are part of biodiversity. We are defending the biodiversity, so we are defending our possibility of continuing on this planet. The planet has been here for millions of years before we arrived and will continue millions of years after us. It depends on us, and that is why we are infinitely grateful to the States Party, because they have taken on the defense of these defenders and the Mother Earth as an essential factor in order to move ahead sustainability towards conservation and towards stopping these processes of the degradation of soil and desertification, loss of biodiversity, and climate change. This is an opportunity, a golden opportunity, together working for the environment with human beings, with those who defend our own existence. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Nidia. Agradecemos.
Thank you, Livia, and we thank the representative of UN Women. And I would now like to recognize the public, and I'm going to request you show yourself in the first row, halfway through. Could someone give him a microphone? Yes, I have a microphone. Yes. Please tell us who you are. My name is Alice Garguillos. I come from the district of Catemo, a valley tributary of the Aconcagua River, 100 kilometers north of Santiago. To keep the order that we have agreed. I know this is not easy. I was referring to the young lady who's in the first row, halfway through. Can I see you? Do you have a microphone? You do. I'm saying yes. Do you have a microphone? Please identify yourself. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mariluz Canikidi from the Kumakamecacanivia people. I come from the Peruvian Amazon, the Amazon River. Right now, I would like to ask that the action plan for the defenders be approved, but that the sisters and brothers, the indigenous people of the region, may have a representation in decision making in the working group, and that we be mentioned in the action plan, that our interests be consulted through a mechanism for participation for us. I come from Peru, a country where we are criminalized because we defend nature, and I too would like to ask that the forum of persons, defenders, be carried out annually for us women in countries where the Escazú Agreement has not been ratified. It is important to have a space for dialogue and coexistence with our sisters and brothers who are also indigenous people. I'd like to say what happened to me personally. I was reported to the Minister of Interior by the Minister of Health for defending the collective rights of my people in the Peruvian Amazon on account of the oil pollution that goes back more than 50 years and that has led us into poverty and death. And so far, we do not have any basic services. We have to drink water from the river that is polluted with heavy metals. We continue to use the water because it is the only source of life that we have. And so I was reported for protesting, for claiming with my people, because my people was asking me to do so. And so we, the women, have led all of these fights, and we continue. And so that is why we have reached a decision. We would like to take our government to court for them to respect our living habitat, our mother nature. And now, recently, we have been recognized, and we have got the Maranhão River and its effluents to be considered a subject of rights. And so, for the Tucama people, we the indigenous people ask to be respected. All indigenous people, that our cosmovision be respected. Each people has their own cosmovision, and for us, living beings from the water, the land, the plants, the animals, all have spirits like people. And so that is why we want our rivers to flow freely without pollution, and that our hills and territories, ancestral land be respected, because this is our life. It is of all of us, and it is the lungs of the entire world. And so I ask right here the union of everyone to preserve and defend this Mother Nature, because defending Mother Nature is defending our own lives. And so I ask everyone for this, that we should together join this fight to defend our lives and the new generations. I am so glad to see young people here involved in this fight and this process, and so tomorrow their children may also come. And we too want them to live this, learn of it, and have a decent life for everyone. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. It is the person that did speak before turn. Thank you, everyone. My name is Alex Galleguillos. I come from Catemu. It is a tiny valley that is part of the Aconcagua Valley, 5th region. What I'm interested in is in these spaces, such as human rights and the UN, is the guarantor for the member states to fulfill their commitments. Where I live, there are no more originary peoples. Excuse me, I'm going to interrupt you. The topic that we're working on right now is the defenders. I would like to thank you. I would request that you make comments that you have on the proposed plan so that we can move forward on the same and see if we're going to approve it or not. Well, as defenders of the environment and place full I think it is important to defend the environmental defenders and to make sure that the implementation actually takes place. Chile sometimes signs these agreements, but they are not carried out or executed in practice, or they're not done in a good way to guarantee this informed and democratic participation of all people and of the defenders of the environment. Thank you very much. I thank you for your intervention and that you have understood me in my role. Thank you. We're going to offer the floor to St. Kitts and Nevis and then the following speaker.
President, St. Kitts and Nevis greet the dignitaries and our colleagues cordially. With respect to the proposed plan, there are two principal actors. One is the environment, and that is clear to everybody. But then the other principal actor is what we refer to as the defender of the environment. Maybe what is missing is a real definition of what is the defender. The defender is really any human being who stands up for the environment. And so therefore, this term, defender, includes each and every person, regardless of race, regardless of origin, regardless of where you come from. So therefore, there's no need for subdivisions. What we need is to understand that these defenders must be protected. What this plan is en route to do is that any human being can stand up and proudly, without fear, say, I am defending the environment. Why? Because it is my human right. And two, I have the instruments to support me. I have the supporting instruments behind me to do such. And so this plan is proposing that those who sign on to it would put the correct mechanisms in place to see to it that the defenders, whoever, wherever they are defended, regardless to what. Thank you very much.
Gracias, St. Kitts and Nevis.
Thank you, St. Kitts and Nevis. I'd like to offer the floor to the gentleman who raised a white sign. Could you please identify yourself? Thank you, Mr. Chair of the Conference of the Parties. I'd like to greet all present, all the member states of this process that we seek to reach. I would also like to congratulate Chile, Ecuador, and the other country for all the work they've been doing for this actual action plan that will allow taking into account all the work that we hope to reach. And this is Harry, I'm coordinator of the indigenous peoples of the Amazon, Coica, which represents over 511 original peoples in the Amazon in 9 countries. Today, we find ourselves in a very important partnership to carry out the work that has been developed and discussed through the Escazú agreement to reach all these agreements. We agree with the action plan. We ask the states for their approval, and what this Latin American partnership of defenders and indigenous peoples want is that in the final decision of the approval, the following be mentioned: that the Forum on the Defenders be yearly and permanent for the articulation at a regional level. We require the commitment be compulsory for the representatives of indigenous peoples in decision-making and in their work functions.
Esta hora no se ha integrado a un representante indígena, siendo este grupo de
This group is open, and finally, we ask that they commit to implementing a mechanism that will foster indigenous with the consensus of indigenous people in a coordination group. These commitments adopted do not seek to be an obstacle nor to ignore the rights that have been allocated in the international treaties and agreements. It is our request that for all these spaces, we agree with all the actions presented by the countries that have done this work. Thank you.
Gracias, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I will now offer the floor to the representative of the UICM. Thank you, Mr. Chair. In representation of the UCN, which is the largest environmental network, including states, governments, subnational NGOs, and indigenous peoples, and over 16,000 experts associated with the different commissions, we would like to celebrate the advance of the action plan on human rights defenders of the environment. Resolution 15 of 2020 talks about the protection of those denouncing and any crimes against the environment or defenders. And we understand that the loss of global biodiversity is directly related to an increase of violence towards people in defending the human rights. We echo the points discussed by the representative of the public and the inclusion of a group of responsible people in order to execute the plan. We would like to stress the importance of gender approaches and the promotion of coherence and complementarity for the Escazú Agreement and the new global framework of the CBD. We are pleased to put at the service of the action plan the global and regional platform for dissemination, empowerment, and collaboration offered by the Regional Forum of Conservation of South America to be celebrated in Cali, Colombia, with biodiversity, and of course the platform of the Global Congress on Conservation to be carried out next year in Abu Dhabi. Thank you.
Gracias a la UICN.
Thank you to the UCN. I'd like to offer the floor to the lady that is next to the flag of Japan. Yes, you. If you're from Japan still, please identify yourself.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. My name is Constanza Yunduña, and I would like to speak in representation of the pre-COP of civil society of the Escazú Agreement that took place Friday and Saturday, to which
debería decir que casi
over 500 people, I dare say 700 people participated. Civil society in Chile and throughout the region was present. We were able to share, we had an assembly where 13 points came out. We sent this by email to the representatives, to the secretariat, to the representatives, and we hope that this will also be sent to all the parties. These 13 points that were mentioned at this plenary assembly, I'd like to stress, so I'm not censored, those that have to do with the action plan on environmental defenders. I'm not going to mention everything. And the idea is the implementation of the action plan to strengthen legislation and the implementation of an adequate institutionality that is competent with public supervision for situations of violence, harassment that usually take place as threats or attacks on these defenders. This is important for democracy by establishing reparation, and the action plan must protect the defenders and their families and encourage them to develop their activities in safe environments, safeguarding their collective rights. The idea is to add and not to take away from the current standards. In this forum on defenders, we would like to call on the parties to continue strengthening the forum on defenders and to carry these meetings out once a year in order to transfer capacities continuously between the parties and maintaining the accountability scheme. We would like to also request that cross-border collaboration continue. Generating a new mandate for the ad hoc group for open composition, given the regional situation and the vital risk that defenders experience, we would like this group to be permanent and to include a new mandate that will somehow make it compulsory to participate in decision-making for defenders of the environment, including the representatives of indigenous peoples and Afro-descendants, in order to continue to reflect on the improvement of the plan, its implementation, and follow-up of the same with an actual participation of the defenders. Participation of indigenous peoples. Counting on indigenous peoples in their own space and for within the framework of the COP, and it's important for them to have funding and technical assistance, having the support of indigenous peoples in order to include the totality of defenders' interests.
I am going to be skipping certain points that are not necessarily related to this. This is where I will leave it, but it is available in the declaration so that you can all have access to it and you can follow it and support it, and to really call the parties to participate in the total implementation of the Escazú agreement. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I really want to thank you for your participation, and please send us the complete document so we can eliminate the improper terminology. Now we offer the floor to Uruguay, and then that person that is right in the middle over there. Thank you, Chairman. Uruguay thanks the proposal of the plan created by the technical group, especially by the teams that created it, Chile, Ecuador, and St. Kitts and Nevis. And we are going part of the plan prior to the beginning of the meeting. We believe that it is not possible or convenient to add any transformations to the proposed language, and especially if it can be very specific in its changes. We do share what was said by St. Kitts and Nevis, where all of the groups and anybody that defends the environment should be fully involved in the umbrella of defenders. Nonetheless, Uruguay is flexible in establishing the compatibility of the text of the plan. Thank you very much. Thank you, Uruguay. Please identify yourself. Yes, my name is Carla Mas, and I am thanking you for being able to take the floor by Climate Action Latin America, working very close to go as fast, please. Please repeat the organization you're representing, and then you can take Climate Action Network Latin America, or the Climate Action Network, but it's known by the name in English. It is a network composed by 67 organizations of 17 countries in the region, with a commitment of protecting the climate agenda with an approach based in science, climate justice, and the protection of human rights. Yesterday, during the opening session, we heard the president of Chile, we heard the president of the presiding officers, and everybody saying that we should be able to approve the defenders plan. We are sharing that view and perspective, and we have sent the supplies to ensure a robust plan that is effective and it is easy to operationalize. Therefore, the defenders plan requires clarification in each of the lines of actions, as mentioned by the representative of the public and of UICN, which is the responsibility of the state parties, and which will be implemented by the Secretariat. It is clear that there is a flow of income that will help in the implementation of the plan. So we invite the parties to contribute to the voluntary funds for this goal. The action plan should be done immediately, and it is key that the COP decision-making process mentions it very clearly. We cannot expect that the development of the action plans mentioned in D2, we know that there are territories that are involved in this. We share the relevance of keeping the support to the defenders, and we share what was expressed by the colleague from La Cueca to review the inclusion of the representatives, defenders in a sustained fashion. But we also propose the ad hoc work group to establish a process to provide continuity to the plan that is going to end by 2030. We need the continuity in this type of work. Likewise, we would like to remind everybody that the plan should ensure full participation of the public throughout the process, meaning from the design of the assessment through the intercultural, intergenerational, and gender approach, as it was presented and mentioned by Chile. We believe that the parties will take the opportunity to take a step forward in defending and guaranteeing the rights of people and those that are defending the possibilities to live in an area that is healthy. And I would like to mention that we believe that the Escazú agreement should be applied in all processes, specifically in the update of the nationally determined contributions that are expected for the beginning of 2025 and strategies and national plans on biodiversity that have to be presented in October, COP16. The Escazú agreement should take into consideration climate change, and it has to fully be applied in all of the energy transition processes that they have to participate in.
Muchas gracias. Yo quisiera recordar
Thank you, and I would like to remind you that the approval of the plan has to be done by consensus, meaning that what is coming out from the different delegations are the elements we need to take into account and thus see which will be the final result. There are many different proposals, and probably the group has been taking notes of this, same as the Secretariat, and we could try to process it. What is really happening here is that in some of the participation, especially from the public, we have already been participating in the decision-making project. Therefore, I will be now inviting those interventions that are still pending related to the plan itself. And immediately after this, I will go from this invitation to the decision-making process, because the delegations have been quite respectful and they have only talked about the plan. But as we have also been talking about these other elements, I would like to switch on this. Argentina, if you have a reference on the plan, please take the floor.
Sí, muchas gracias, señor presidente. Tengo mi intervención.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. Given the time frame we have, I would like to share and support what the delegate of Uruguay expressed related to the different comments and proposals. Specifically, we believe from Argentina that it is important to maintain the proper language used and those mandates defined in COP1 or the Conference of the Parties with regard to the mandate of the creation of an ad hoc group that will allow the action plan approval of the environmental human rights defenders for Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much. Thank you, Argentina. I want to thank you how brief you were. And there will be a last participation related to the plan. Somebody in this area of the room? No, it was in the back of the room. Otherwise, we want the lady that is over there. You're waving. If you can find a microphone. If you please identify yourself first. My name is Wera Iris Kandori, and I am representing the international member of the Youth Network, and we're part of the Children's and Youth segment. We want to greet ECLAC and the chair of the COP. We support the consensus of the action plan, taking into account these suggestions. First of all, to promote all of the information on the defenders, considering the standards established by the Escazú Agreement, the special consideration for people that are in vulnerable situations, and from an approach of intergenerational activities with clear, accessible, timely information with updates and considering the translation in the different languages that exist in the countries and the region. Two, we want to consider the children and youth in the design of public policies for the protection of the human rights defenders in environmental matters. Three, to acknowledge and protect children and youth that are human rights defenders in environmental matters in different groups and territories, indigenous people, Afro-descendants, rural and urban communities, among others, likewise with the ones that belong to other areas of the adult defenders, to ensure an intergenerational, intercultural approach and gender approach in the implementation of the action plan, acknowledging the linguistic diversity of the region, the effective participation and informal participation. And the last aspect is that states should collaborate in the mechanisms of protection of the environmental defenders. We want each of the parties to reach consensus for the approval of the action plan, and thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, le agradezco su intervención.
Thank you very much, and I would like to invite you to take into consideration the decision-making process that is in the document defined as 2400-322 that was previously distributed and available in the web page. Action Plan of Environmental Human Rights Defenders in Latin America and the Caribbean. The decision-making project obviously is based on the decision 1.6 of the Conference of the Parties, and it is directly talking about Article 9 of the Escazú Agreement and defines the approval of the action plan of the environmental human rights defenders, thanking those countries that coordinated the open work group and the presiding officers for the possibility of carrying out this plan proposal supported by the Secretariat, the parties, and members of the public. I now have some references mentioned in the room. We will maintain the ad hoc group for the environmental human rights defenders until the closing of the Conference of the Parties that will be held in 2030, meaning and 2 more ordinary Conference of the Parties, 3 more. With the new mandate in assessing the different actions defined in the plan, and there is still the idea of hold fora for environmental human rights defenders in Latin America next year, 2025, and every 2 years with the participation of specialists and the assistance of the Secretariat now, and it invites the parties and all the countries in the region to contribute to the plan as it is always necessary to have everybody's participation, and it requests Secretariat to promote and facilitate the strengthening of the application of the plan.
Queda a consideración de
As a result, we submit to your consideration this draft decision. The floor is open. The representative from the public has the floor. Thank you. We are considering the draft decision. We had 5 points on this, and one had to do with the decision. Let's see if number 3, the decision to maintain the ad hoc working group. The current draft does not mention the significant participation of the public. It's perhaps a matter of drafting because that was part of decision 1.6 of COP1. So I'd say we'd have to bring in the text that has already been previously approved. We suggest, and here we would like to add something, to bring in what we heard from the public on different occasions and on the special participation of indigenous groups and local communities. We suggest the creation of an advisory group for that working group. We have already had experience in building action plans and we've worked well, but at the public we did have a working group, and it's important to recognize that we believe that the advisory group is the best way to go about this. So I would read my suggestion as it would be: decides to maintain the ad hoc working group, open composition on human rights defenders in environmental matters with significant participation of the public, especially persons, groups, and organizations that promote and define human rights in environmental matters, including indigenous people, local communities, as of the creation of an advisory group. The mandate of the ad hoc working group will last until the closing, and then it continues as before. We also have a last suggestion that is related to the implementation plan. We believe that we have to have a deadline here so that the parties that will implement the action plan have that reference. Our suggestion is that the implementation plan be prepared by each of the parties and with a 6-month term for that preparation. Thank you. We thank the public for your intervention related to this draft decision. There is no other request for the floor. It's already 5. And I meet my rule. I adjourn now to coffee break. And immediately after that, we will see how to proceed with our deliberations and make a decision on this. At 5:15, we'll be back. Please do not forget personal belongings. The representatives from the public who are in the back, take care of your belongings, and we'll see you at 5:15.
Les agradecemos que tomen asiento para que podamos comenzar.
Please be seated in order to begin.
Francisco, Vera. Vamos a reiniciar entonces. Muchas gracias.
Let's resume our meeting. Thank you to everyone in the room. You have a lot of work with us.
Enseguida vamos a pasar a la consideración del plan y la decisión.
We're going to resume. I have 3 requests for the floor that are pending. Lorena, she moved around, so I had lost her. If we could find her a microphone up here.
Puede utilizar ese. Por favor, identifíquese.
Intreta Lorena Casas Piñén.
I belong to the defense of the Pilmaiquén River, specifically this area that is ancestral to the Mapuche peoples. There are over 50 communities that are defending the river because they are building a hydroelectric plant, and that to us means that the river is alive. And all the defenders that we find amongst the public, I would like to especially greet each and every one of you and all our colleagues that are fighting for the rights of our territories. I would also say to the Lamien that I'm sorry that there are no more indigenous peoples, and I would like to talk to you to see what is happening in your sector. I don't want to be too lengthy, but I'd like to express, first of all, that reading the action plan, I realize that the action plan is very individual. Normally, the struggles in our territories are group struggles. I think the collective struggles and rights should be considered. On the other hand, I'd like to request the recognition of the indigenous peoples in this action plan, taking into account gender equity. I would also like to excuse me. I would also like to talk about the participation, about the different areas in Escazú, of the representatives of our territory, and I'm very pleased to have heard today. I thought I wasn't going to be able to see it, but I have the Escazú agreement in Mapuzugun. I'm very pleased. That is truly something that brings us closer and makes us feel included. So thank you.
Muchas gracias, Lorena, y gracias por la paciencia.
Y finalmente, antes de poder terminar, no quisiera retirarme de acá sin manifestar lo inaudito que me parece que nosotros como defensores y defensoras estemos
We defenders must demand that an action plan be executed, this should not be something that we would have to do.
Muchas gracias. Tengo una solicitud. ¿Usted era la que levantaba antes? Sí, exactamente.
Yes, you had raised your hand earlier. Before we begin, Maya Hook, I am one of the 22 indigenous peoples, or Mayan peoples in Guatemala. So for the final approval, which should be pertinent, and you should take into consideration the requests of the indigenous peoples. And we are the defenders of Latin America, of the indigenous peoples. We request that you demand that the forum on the defenders of human rights be annual and ongoing, because the accountability allows for transparency of information through the permanent annual forum. So the groups of our territories, we request that it be mandatory to include representatives of the indigenous peoples in all decision making and in their functions, because no indigenous representative has been included while this is an open composition group. Of course, there must be an indigenous caucus for our own articulation and perhaps a coordination group. These requests have been sent. We have expressed our reasons and why we believe it is important for the indigenous peoples to be reflected in this framework. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to thank you for your intervention and for your remarks. I'd like to offer the floor to a participant of the public, Francisco Vera. I request that you make use of the microphone. You have the floor. Thank you very much for offering me the floor. I would like to invite everyone to approve this action plan. The situation of the defenders of human rights in Latin America and the Caribbean is of great concern for childhood as well. And historically, we have been invisible. That is why we are here to encourage this decision making. You're deciding on the future, but we demand that this declaration be heeded. It is a very broad sector, so that we can disseminate information on the action plan, so that all the information be understandable, easy to understand. And I am I'm under 18 years of age, and I am a defender of human rights. There's a movement in my country, which is Guardians for Life, Guardianes por la Vida, and we are all children that are defenders of human rights and of the territory, and for the right to have a clean and dignified environment. We will continue to raise our voices despite the adversities and inaction of the state. This is why I had to leave my country, my land, my home, a couple of years ago. Well, a few years back. So This is why I am here, to raise my voice for all those who are in the first line, the front line, and raising their voices. It is a human right that should not cost us our lives, our physical integrity. There is no reason we should be threatened physically, psychologically, and in many other ways. So I would like to invite you to approve this action plan for the defenders of human rights to prevent more blood from being spilled. As in many other cases and many other mechanisms, are very much disconnected from reality and from the actual experiences, real life experiences of the defenders. They are persecuted and killed, and also children. Thank you.
Gracias, Francisco. Para terminar con las solicitudes del bloque anterior, le voy a dar la palabra a la delegación.
Thank you, Francisco.
Bueno, gracias, presidente. Primero pido disculpas por la nueva intervención. Agradezco la oportunidad.
We thank you for the opportunity. I fully agree with the contribution and contributions made earlier. We wanted to support and back everything expressed by the representative of the public, bearing in mind that this significant participation of the public is extremely important, and Uruguay would like to support going back to the language that was in the agreement originally.
Concluidas estas intervenciones, tenemos que plantearnos la situación en la que nos encontramos.
All right, so having concluded all comments, this is the situation we find ourselves in. I understand that we have no problem with the text and the decision-making project. The way it has been drafted is somehow seen or supported by the member states. Perhaps the only observation to be made would be Uruguay. I don't know if there's any other reactions, but should there not be any reactions, we would consider the text ready. But this text is empty if we can't have a draft for the plan, the action plan, which is our main objective.
El grupo de trabajo nos propuso
The working group proposed a text before the meeting, and we have received the presentation on behalf of the working group, and we then heard remarks from different representatives from the public, member states, that made comments and observations for modifications. However, according to the way the meeting has been developing, there haven't been consensus to adopt the modifications to the original text. You should understand that the basic way, the most important way that we have to adopt a decision for the agreement is consensus. So we need to try to exhaust all possibilities to reach a consensus decision. If we are unable to introduce modifications to the text proposed by the working group, the chair may understand that we find ourselves once again at the initial position. We have a text proposed by a working group that has been mandated by the Conference of the Parties without there being consensus to introduce the modifications. So the question I ask myself, and a proposal by the chair, is that we would understand that we have consensus to approve the text as has been drafted by the working group, because our main objective is to have a plan. Of course, the plan could be modified, and of course, the plan could be improved and several times improved and modified. Everything is improvable, but our plan will be different in the future. It is not written in stone, and it is not, it's just a base. It is what we're starting from. And we have a proposal, we don't have consensus to introduce modifications.
We can thus understand that the state parties would be ready to create with flexibility and good faith a consensus over that original text. So I will open the floor so the state parties can clarify to the presiding officers and the secretariat, which is the situation that we find ourselves in, and how can we go to the final results of our work. Who would like to take the floor? St. Lucia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, before we vote on or we decide on the text of the decision regarding human rights defenders, there's been a thought that's been circulating in my head, and I'm not sure if I want to put it as a proposal, but I thought perhaps the body may want to hear it. And I've been listening to Bolivia. I listened to you, Mr. Chairman, at our meeting at the LEAP, organization LEAP. And I think the representatives of the public also raised that, and a number of other individuals have raised that point. And I've been thinking that perhaps when we look at the Escazú agreement itself, the text of the agreement, the preamble, the definition, the interpretation section, as well as Article 5, has no definition of human rights defenders. Now, we understand that international conventions have already defined what human rights defenders are, and we understand that. But I do not see any cross-reference in the Escazú agreement, neither in the preamble, as I said, in those 3 areas, to those conventions that define. And I'm thinking perhaps the action plan should, in some way, whilst we don't want to have any narrow definition, but should have a framework as to what and who we consider a human rights defender. And I think that may relieve some of the concerns that I hear from Bolivia and some of those other countries. So that is one of the things that I would love to see if we are considering, or at least we hope that the Conference of Parties would take into consideration. The second thing, Mr. Chairman, is we know, we've been hearing that our region, LAC region, is one of the most dangerous in the world for human rights defenders, and we need to protect them, and in particular, we want to decriminalize their activity. And to do this, we need money, we need funds. And I do not see in our text anything that specifically speaks to mobilizing financial resources for them. I know we have our voluntary fund up and running, but if this thing is as important as we say it is, and this particular COP is supposed to be a human rights defenders COP, which I believe it is, then we need to make it more explicit in our paragraphs. And I'm thinking that somewhere in between, and I think there is a particular, I did identify a section where it could be inserted, and I think it was It was, if you give me a moment, Mr. Chairman, I will tell you exactly which paragraph that I would like to see reflected if we are considering that at all. Just give me a moment. Paragraph 5 of the the draft decision on the action plan on human rights defenders. Perhaps somewhere in paragraph 5, we can speak specifically to mobilize financial resources for the activities of the human rights defenders and protection and vis-a-vis Article 9. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I hope you will give due consideration to those ideas, because I believe it is important to a number of persons that I see in this forum here today, and of course, who are out there listening to us live stream and whose lives depend on us and how we implement the Escazú agreement. So thank you.
Muchas gracias, Kate.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you, St. Lucia. I would like to directly ask you, should I interpret your participation as St. Lucia understanding that we do not have a consensus on the text, on the original context, and that we need to introduce those modifications? Or St. Lucia agrees and shares the original text and expresses its desire to work on those 2 points? I would like you to understand what I'm saying, because it's important, and thus we will know how to continue from here on, and maybe you can clarify this.
So I would not want to hold up the process, and I would certainly want to see us have consensus on this. But because as I said in my opening, I'm not sure if I want to put it as a proposal. I simply want us to bear this in mind as we move forward. But I will certainly not want to hold up the process of consensus. So St. Lucia supports it. I'm just saying that we need to think about those things in the action plan. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you again, Kate. Thank you, St. Lucia. Does the public, representative of the public, Yoara, wants to take the floor? Thank you, Chairman. This is to clarify from Portuñol. My suggestion is related to the decision made and with regard to maintaining the original text previously approved, that is the ad hoc group open for the environmental human rights defenders, according to the language already agreed upon. Our suggestion with regard to the creation of an advisory group is specifically for the indigenous groups and local communities. The suggestion would be to include a no point the work group continues working in an open fashion as it was being drafted, but that would be new text, the creation of a specific advisory group for indigenous and local community groups. So this is just for the clarification of the proposal, and thank you for those of you that have told us that it was wrongly drafted because of Portuñol. Now, we understand that there is willingness in the room and from the public to approve the action plan as it has been already presented by the work group. And with regard to St. Lucia's suggestion, if we do consider this in the action plan, not for the action plan itself, the importance of the mobilization of resources, and also to take into consideration the development parties of the consensus. So the paragraph 5 of the decision and my apologies for taking the floor, but it was important to clarify. I want to thank the public on this clarifications. Nonetheless, the only point that you have expressed and that has been taken into consideration by one of the state parties is the modification of paragraph 5, if I'm not mistaken. No, 3. Paragraph 3 of the decision-making project presented by Uruguay. And I would like to ask the room if we are in the condition of doing this. Antigua and Barbuda.
I just want to say that I support what my colleague from St. Kitts and Nevis had said regarding who or what is a human rights defender. And from Antigua and Barbuda, we have Mr. John Mussington and Jackie Frank. I'm going to ask them to stand up because they are as much any form of human rights defenders as anybody else. So I don't want us to get this idea that there's a particular image of anybody who defends the environment. They are just as much defenders of human rights, dressed like me, but that doesn't make them any less. And I think if we have start defining it, we will miss out people. We need to keep it wide because as far as I'm concerned, everybody in here is a defender of the human rights. We all do it in a different way. Some people have to be out fighting, some have to be digging, some have to go to court. I mean, from 2017, they've been fighting the government. So does that make them any less than any other type of person? So I think I want to concur with what the colleague from St. Kitts and Nevis said. Everybody is a human rights defender, and you cannot start making it very narrow and defining because you'll miss out people. And from my understanding, when we discussed this treaty, we kept it wide for that particular reason, so we could be inclusive rather than exclusive. Thank you.
Gracias, Morín.
Thank you, Maureen. Thank you, Antigua and Barbuda. I do understand by the interventions that we can consider that we reached consensus on a text of the action plan according to the original proposal presented by the work group, and that we do have a consensus on the project of the decision-making process of the proposed text, specifically with the modification expressed by the public. And presented by Uruguay, Mexico. Yes, Chairman, I have no problem. Mexico can be part of the consensus of the two instruments you just mentioned, but I would like to take into consideration what was just said by Antigua and Bermuda and St. Kitts and Nevis in this spirit of inclusion of the concept of the human rights defenders. I think we all agree. The formula that I want to present to you is to add in the preamble maybe a mention to the United Nations Declaration of 1998 related to human rights defenders. That declaration of the 98 has served along the years to specifically identify persons as human rights defenders in an inclusivity spirit. As it has already been expressed here, every person is a human rights defender, and that is established in the 1998 Declaration. I want to leave it on the table if it helps in taking into consideration the observations of Antigua and Barbuda and St. Kitts and Nevis. Thank you, Mexico. Please, 1 second.
México, le agradezco si nos puede.
Mexico, maybe you can give us a text that you are proposing. We cannot just consider this generic information. Maybe you can give us the text.
Disculpen la...
Apologies. We have to clarify that the declaration that Mexico is mentioning is the Declaration of Human Rights Defenders adopted by consensus by the 1998 Assembly, given the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Resolution A/RES/53/154, the General Assembly. We're talking about exactly the same thing, Mexico?
¿Cómo podría ser? Tomando nota también. Le voy a dar la palabra.
I now give the floor to the Secretariat so as to prepare a text that could be part of the preamble in the draft decision. Thank you. The possibility of putting a paragraph on the preamble, perhaps after the first paragraph, before going into reminding the decision or recalling the decision. That is the reason of this debate. It's a simple text that recalls UN resolution. So it could be recalling the human rights defenders resolution, such and such number that was adopted in the Declaration of Human Rights. So it is a reminder of that UN Assembly Declaration. Very well. Thank you, Secretariat. I now bring in my initial consideration. We have a draft text that has now been supplemented by a part of the preambles proposed by Mexico with the modification proposed by the public and the Uruguayan delegation. And we have a text for the plan corresponding to the action plan proposed by the working group as included at the beginning of our activities. Antigua and Barbuda. Did you request the floor? No. Since there are no requests for the floor, this is passed. Approved.
Concluido.
Very well. Having gone over the item of the agenda, we have to make a special recognition that we have already done on different occasions, but now acquires greater importance to the three countries that have led that group. For them, I request this applause in appreciation for their work.
Por supuesto que esto
And naturally, this includes all of those that either directly or indirectly have contributed to the approval of the plan. Having concluded that item in the agenda, I invite you to the special session that had been scheduled for an earlier moment. But this is important. Access to environmental information, the creation and dissemination of environmental information is one of the pillars of Escazú that is a part of Article 6. I am very happy to invite a friend, Marcos Orellana, who is Special Rapporteur from UN on toxic substances and human rights, to moderate this session and to invite the other members of the panel. You have the floor, Marcos. Thank you, Chairperson, for giving me the floor, and welcome all to this special session on access to information, an active dimension of access to information. I'd like to invite the panelists for this special session. If you could take your places, if you are present. Okay, I don't see anybody else, so let's play the game with the team at hand. This is what was said by our soccer coach. So let's proceed. I'd like to make a few considerations on the topic that we are going to deal with right now. Undoubtedly, access to information is one of the pillars of access rights and of sustainable development. Escazú for Escazú, and Escazú certainly states that is so, but it's not so clear that the implementation of the right to a clean, healthy, sustainable environment depends on an informed society. It depends on having people count on information so they may exercise that right. Information may be passive information, that is, request information, and the mechanism should exist for the governments to make it available, but mechanisms also to create information systems that will allow governments to offer that information to the citizens so that the promise to the right of a healthy environment may come to fruition. Now, as an introduction, I think that this shows that the systems and environmental information bring in information on the pollutants involved here. Let me remind you that 40 years ago, the Bhopal tragedy in India took place, and in December of this year, that is the anniversary. More than 10,000 persons perished, or about 20,000 persons perished because they were exposed to gases that were released from an industrial plant, toxic material. Now, related to that disaster in India, that's where it happened. But in the United States, some communities started complaining or requesting for access to information that gave rise to the toxic release inventory. And this has been copied and applied in many other countries from OECD. And let us recall that the ARCOS agreement set up a protocol in order to provide information that would in turn have the registry of emissions of contaminants. So these systems have many functions to play. The empowerment of the public, it's not information for its sake, but information in order to prevent exposure to dangerous substances that may lead to the not meeting these rights. It also has to do with justice, not just empowering the public, but we also have to talk about the tools for the government, how to plan for the environment without information, how to allocate priorities, how to demand meeting environmental legislation. All of these tools are very important for the governments. And we also have at stake a corporate responsibility in the management of the environment, in the efficiency of productive processes, and also in competitiveness. As we all know, Escazú agreement makes it mandatory to adopt measures to have a registry of toxic material and emissions. Now, in talking about all of these matters, we have an excellent panel that we're about to initiate now. I will immediately give the floor to my colleague, General April from the Caribbean organization, and we will be hearing about environmental information systems. Thank you so much for being here with us. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this opportunity to present on the work that the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States is doing to support the implementation of the Escazú Agreement in the Caribbean region. I will go straight into my presentation. Okay, slide, please. Just to give folks an idea of where we are talking about the Eastern Caribbean. Slide, please. Next slide. Okay, next slide, please. The Eastern Caribbean states make up the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States. Who is doing the slides? Okay, it is an 11 member state organization. Oh, thanks. Okay. So the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States is an 11 member state organization made up of countries in the Eastern Caribbean from the British Virgin Islands, Anguilla, Antigua and Barbuda, St. Kitts and Nevis, going all the way down to Dominica, Grenada, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And they were established about 42 years ago through the revised Treaty of Bastille. The work of the Environmental Sustainability Division of the OECS, we'll call them the OECS for short, is governed by the St. George's Declaration of Principles, which has a vision of ensuring a better quality of life for the people of the OECS. Okay, thank you. Okay, so that is a map of where we are. This is the region that we are talking about, the Eastern Caribbean, and these countries make up the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, OECS. So the OECS in 2020 formed a memorandum of understanding with the UN ECLAC to help support the implementation of areas that were similar, including the implementation of the Escazú agreement where it aligned with our St. George's Declaration of Principles for Environmental Sustainability. And in order to successfully do this, we did an assessment of what the data and information systems status was in the region. So we realized that our member states were collecting data mostly to report to the many environmental agreements, such as the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the UN CCD Convention on Land Degradation, our Sustainable Development Goals, and so forth. And more member states were also using this data to assess and to monitor environmental trends and to make decisions about policies that would impact the trends that they were observing. So you see the two arrows going both ways: assessments informing decision-making, and decision-making determining what assessments would be done and what areas we would focus our monitoring on. Okay, so with the support of collaboration of the UN ECLAC, we had this vision of a regional environmental information system which would enhance the national and regional access to data. It would improve the coordination of data and promote sharing and co-production of information within the region. The idea here was to build on existing systems, networks, databases, and platforms, not to reinvent the wheel, but to be able to provide a comprehensive platform for persons to access data, for planning, for doing impact assessments, for analyzing risks, and also to be able to display that information to the public in a way that it could support policymaking, decision-making, conversations and dialogues about environmental management. It would impact social and economic issues and facilitate validation by the public and other special interest groups. So with this information available on the Regional Environmental Information System, which we call the REIS, we would be able to identify trends and be able to categorize environmental problems so that they can be prioritized and we can take actions. Because with small island developing states, we do not have a whole lot of funding available to address all of the environmental problems, but if we are able to see which ones are priorities, then we can focus our energies on addressing those. So the REIS would serve as a one-stop shop where environmental information can be found. It would be searchable, it would be accurate, it would be ready, and it would be a portal that everybody could access. Okay, so we recognize we had a proposed roadmap to achieving this REIS, and we realized that there are clusters of information. So you would have information on climate change, you'd have information on biodiversity, various thematic areas. There was content that was already available and inventories of databases that were already existing. There needed to be a structure and a governance mechanism and governance arrangements, and also logistics in terms of how these information systems would be implemented. And so the OECS, with support of various organizations, went about establishing these systems to create these evidence-based environmental information systems, which would be able to keep the public updated with the latest developments, the latest information on environmental matters and impacts, using computer-based information systems very effectively and efficiently, and being able to support governments in their work in environmental monitoring. Okay, so here we have a picture of the landscape, some of the linkages and some of the information systems that already existed. So we had some countries already had their national databases established. And so the idea was to connect those national databases with the regional OECS data system. And there were some tools and metrics that were already in place, such as the OECS scorecard, the U-Report tool. The U-Report tool is a WhatsApp tool for collecting information. So it would send out a WhatsApp to a message to a group, a wide group of persons in a question form, and they would respond to it, particularly the youth, because they seem to be, on their phones and able to respond very quickly to messages and surveys that came to them in that format. So in considering these systems, these web pages, these platforms, we knew that there were many that already existed regionally, and they all had their own purpose, but we wanted to put them together in a way that it would be useful and we would not be duplicating or reinventing the wheel. One of the ones that I want to talk about a little bit is the CPAG, that's the Caribbean Protected Areas Gateway. And this was the result of an initiative with the IUCN, the University of the West Indies, and BioPharma. To add to this ecosystem of information systems, we also have the UN ECLAC Statistical Database and Publications, and the UNEP World Environment Situation Room, and the Caribbean Marine Atlas. So you can see that all of these systems already exist, and they are focused on various areas of environmental management, monitoring various aspects of the environment. There is a gap that I know we will have to discuss later. Let's see if anybody brings it up. But another important one that I want to mention is called the REMDAP. Okay, this is the Regional Environmental Monitoring Data Portal, and it was recognized that many countries don't have specific data sharing agreements or protocols. Therefore, in order to populate data and information on this Regional Environmental Monitoring Data Portal, each country nominated a person to be trained in the use of data management systems. They also receive training in the use of the REMDAP portal. So they have the capacity to provide data sets, to clean those data sets up so that they fit into the REMDAP. Because sometimes if you are collecting data for different MEAs, you will be collecting it in different ways. So you might measure a beach in one way for one convention and in another way for another convention. So it standardized the data collection process and also provided tools so that the data could be all uploaded into this Regional Environmental Data Portal. And in the cases where countries did not have a portal, the REMDAP served as their national level tool. This initiative was supported by the IWECO project, and it allowed 8 Caribbean countries to have this data management system. The work of the REMDAP will be expanded through support from the EU to 4 more OECS countries. So at the end of the day, we will have at least 12 member states that have data systems specific to all aspects of environment, protected areas, biodiversity, mangroves, coastal and marine, etc. Okay. So the REMDAP is web-based, it's hosted by the OECS, it uses a variety of interoperability protocols, and it allows for data and information, to access data and information and to make decisions. So I did mention that we had data sharing protocols in place. That is part of the governance arrangements. There is data access and also access control so that information which impacts national security can be treated in a special way. Okay, some of the sustainability considerations already, we know that it is important, and so we have set aside funding through the Biospace project funded by the European Union to ensure that the REMDAP and the OECS Regional Environmental Information System can continue and expand to other member states. To also build capacity so that technical officers can continue this work. And the OECS Commission will now be hosting the Caribbean Protected Areas Gateway. That work has created quite a lot of information, and you can check it out. It's cpag.org. It has all sorts of dashboards that show how far we have come in reaching our various sustainable development goals, biodiversity goals, based on the indicators, so we can actually measure what impact our work is doing. And of course, we will continue to collaborate with our partners. Many of you in the room here have been working with the team at the OECS. And if you haven't, this is how we can get in touch. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Well, thank you very much. Mrs. Gabriel for that presentation. Undoubtedly a concrete example of international cooperation in action, and that is very encouraging. And we could also speak of the achievements and challenges in the Q&A period, and members of the public and states parties may have questions. One topic posed by your presentation is access to information, that people may understand what it is that they're seeing, and that too is considered in the records of emissions and pollutants. And so this is a bridge to see the experiences in Mexico as well as in Chile with these tools. And so now I am pleased to introduce our next speaker, Francisco Jimenez, an expert in environmental information in Mexico. Mr. Jimenez, you have a couple of minutes. The microphone is yours.
Muchas gracias, señor moderador. Muchas gracias a la Secretaría y a...
I thank the moderator, the secretariat, and the conference for the invitation. These topics are closely related to what the Escazú Agreement pursues, which is access to environmental information. Before beginning, allow me to present this reflection. Sometimes you travel through life gathering data, little bits of truth here and there, and that they're structured and converted into information. If that information we applied, we translate it into knowledge. And if we accumulate it, then we turn it into a baggage of experience. I hope this adds to your baggage because it has already done so in my case. This has to do with administrative records initially. But there's one particular one, the operational cedula, as they call it in Mexico, main input for the record of pollutants in Mexico. And let me tell you of a case of success, the case of the automation of the administrative record. Statistical or environmental statistical generation today uses unconventional sources, not only restricted to censuses and surveys. These themes are good for using remote reception, cartography, and using participatory information, automated monitoring, and administrative records. An administrative record is a series of data about an event or action subject to regulation or control and that an institution or office carries out as part of their function. These records administratively have these advantages and are used for statistical purposes, coverage and continuity of data, and geographical area, and have a characterization based on what is captured, and it's possible to extend the coverage, conceptual coverage. That is, the conceptual design is flexible, and also marginal cost of use in operation. However, it is also important to mention the difficulties. These administrative records are complex, and due to the diversity of functions, they do not necessarily have statistical aims. They also have insufficient budget support for statistical purposes, and the technical capacity is limited and restricts continuity. I will refer to one arrangement. This has come from statistical books based on records, which is essential to make the most of this sort of information. And the Waldron marriage has basic records, population, real estate, businesses, and activities. Essentially, the environmental record is within the activity record. Now, speaking of the environmental records, let me introduce this graph that we built in Mexico on the trend in the creation of environmental records. It's an increasing trend, and based on the year 2002, 2004. That is, it is a call of attention to make the most of this major accumulation of data. We already have here data that can be used. And this same topic, and within this, there was a working group working on administrative records with representatives of 14 countries and 2 international agencies. Here we want to call your attention to make the most of the work already done and available. Unfortunately, I have to inform everyone that the interpreters work until 6:30, so unfortunately, we will have to log out now. I'm very sorry. Thank you.
Su calidad e identificar áreas de oportunidad. Para los objetivos 2 y 3, este grupo diseñó cuestionarios para diagnosticar registros administrativos ambientales, diferenciando el cuestionario para oficinas nacionales de estadística y el cuestionario para ministerios de medio ambiente. El primero tiene 23 reactivos y el segundo tiene 26 reactivos y abordan los temas de marco jurídico, recursos humanos, recursos financieros, validación de información, uso del registro, problemática en la gestión del registro y tecnologías de la información. Otra herramienta construida por este grupo es un modelo óptimo de evaluación de registros administrativos, una herramienta para evaluación de la calidad del registro administrativo. Por sus siglas se llama MOERA y asigna puntaje a los registros administrativos ambientales basados en la presencia o ausencia de ciertas características. Estas características son marco jurídico, capacitación, tipo de recurso financiero, presencia del objetivo, tipo de almacenamiento, presencia del instructivo de llenado, ocurrencia de validación, pertenencia a programas o proyectos, generación de productos y difusión de productos. Este ejercicio ya ha sido probado. Aquí unas calificaciones de 4 países, Cuba, México, Perú y República Dominicana. Y el puntaje, tiene también ya un puntaje estratificado, en donde hay un registro óptimo con 100 puntos, un registro recomendable entre 90 y 99 puntos, un registro poco recomendable entre 70 y 89 y un registro riesgoso 69 puntos o menos. Esta es la tabla de los registros evaluados en aquel momento y en la columna de la derecha está el puntaje correspondiente. Bien, pasemos ahora a lo que es a la particularización del registro ambiental. En este caso, la cédula de operación anual que en México reporta las emisiones y transferencias de los establecimientos de competencia federal, fuentes fijas de jurisdicción federal, grandes generadores de residuos, prestadores de servicio de manejo de residuos, aquellos que descargan aguas residuales a cuerpos receptores y los que generan más de 25,000 toneladas de dióxido de carbono equivalente. La cédula de operación tiene fundamentos legales inscritos en la Ley General de Equilibrio Ecológico y Protección Ambiental, en la Ley General para la Prevención de Gestión Integral de los Residuos y en la Ley General de Cambio Climático, y resuelve muchas demandas de información, como pueden ver en el esquema, del registro de emisiones y transferencia de contaminantes, del inventario de residuos peligrosos y del registro de emisiones nacional. Particularmente en cuanto al REDSE se refiere, y esto celebro que que la observación hecha por la delegación uruguaya tenga en este caso casi una respuesta inmediata. El RETSE en México se alimenta de la COA, de la cédula de operación anual, y obtiene información para el RETSE federal, para el RETSE estatal y para el RETSE municipal. Y al mismo tiempo, el RETSE de México alimenta el RETSE de América del Norte, iniciativa encabezada por la Comisión de Cooperación Ambiental de América del Norte. ¿Qué es el RETSE? El RETSE es un instrumento de política ambiental que difunde anualmente la información sobre emisiones y transferencias de las sustancias RETSE. En el caso de México, son 200 sustancias que están ejemplificadas en la figura de la derecha, clasificadas, como pueden ver, en cada uno de esos grupos. Regresando a la cédula de operación anual, este registro administrativo ha sufrido una evolución que va desde el 97, cuando este registro era una hoja en papel, hasta el día de hoy, que ya funciona como una plataforma en web. Esta evolución es el resultado de unir esfuerzos e intereses dentro de uno de los órganos colegiados del Sistema Nacional de Información Estadística y Geográfica de México, el entonces Comité Técnico Especializado de Información sobre Emisiones, Residuos y Sustancias Peligrosas, en donde el propietario del registro manifestó una necesidad para poder automatizarlo, y entre los socios, los miembros de este comité, nos dimos a la tarea de poder organizar este proceso de modernización y automatización. Como resultado, hoy en día se tiene un sistema en plataforma, un registro en plataforma web con varias secciones, con 7 secciones, que pueden ustedes ver en pantalla, donde están los datos de registro, la sección 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 y 6, particularmente separadas para clasificar la información que va a ser útil para productos posteriores. Con estas ventajas de automatización, el RETSE hoy en día puede identificar emisiones al aire, al agua, transferencias por sector, sustancias emitidas por sector en zonas específicas y el manejo de residuos peligrosos. No solamente este proceso ha diversificado, sino también ha potencializado el uso, y como pueden ver en los globos, antiguamente se atendían 6, 7 necesidades y hoy en día se atienden más de 12 necesidades de información. Finalmente, conclusiones. En relación al marco legal de registros administrativos, se requiere un marco jurídico que regule su aprovechamiento. Aun cuando es flexible el diseño conceptual, se requiere tener ese marco para poder hacerlo también flexible inicialmente. En relación con MOERA, ponemos a su disposición esta herramienta para que los países puedan utilizarlo para evaluar la calidad de sus registros administrativos. Y en relación a la automatización de registros administrativos, quiero señalar rápidamente solamente los primeros 4. A través de la automatización se eliminan los problemas de recolección en documentos impresos, se implementan controles de verificación de datos y se captura para ambos fines, para el fin administrativo y para el fin estadístico. Y obviamente disminuye la carga de trabajo al informante. Al día de hoy, año con año, se incrementa el volumen de informantes que hacen uso de esta herramienta en plataforma web. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, señor Jiménez. Suena bastante técnico el esquema y me temo que hay personas que puedan pensar de que para poder acceder a la información es necesario tener un doctorado en cómo manejar datos, y tal vez eso plantea una pregunta acerca de la accesibilidad de la información. Tal vez lo podemos retomar en el periodo de preguntas y respuestas. Lo que cruza muy claro de su presentación también es que en la base de la operación del esquema hay un mandato legal, hay diversos cuerpos normativos que contemplan las obligaciones de divulgación de datos de empresa privada, de instalaciones federales, etc. Podemos volver sobre ese punto también. Muchas gracias por su presentación. A continuación, contamos con el placer de conocer el intercambio de experiencia y la experiencia de Chile, que hace sus buenos años viene experimentando con un esquema de red C. Entiendo que se van a dividir el tiempo de su presentación. Contamos con Montserrat La Rosa, Maritza Barrera. Entiendo que, señora Rosa, ¿usted va primero? Maritza va primero. Tiene el micrófono. Muchas gracias.
Muy buenas tardes. Saludamos en primer lugar al señor Marco Orellana, relator especial de las Naciones Unidas sobre sustancias tóxicas y derechos humanos, presidente de la mesa directiva, el señor Consuelo Causillas, y la señora Yané Gabriel y al señor Francisco Jiménez, experto e invitado del Caribe de México, y a todos los estados presentes. Perfecto. Bueno, el registro de emisión y transferencia de contaminantes es una herramienta clave en la gestión ambiental internacional, con una amplia implementación en países miembros de la OCDE. La OCDE ha jugado un papel importante en el apoyo y la creación y mejora de los REC, proporcionando guías y manuales para su implementación. Aunque no hay un modelo estándar de REC, cada país adapta el sistema a su contexto y objetivos. En América Latina y el Caribe, México y Chile se encuentran reportando periódicamente. Chile, por su experiencia, ha compartido lecciones aprendidas en los países que están en fase de construcción e implementación. En nuestro país, la implementación de un REC inició el año 2002, con la evaluación y diseño del instrumento. En el año 2010, con la modificación de la Ley 19.300, se establece la administración de un REC al Ministerio de Medio Ambiente. Asimismo, este año, la actualización del reglamento del registro de emisión y transferencia de contaminantes de Chile es un paso significativo hacia una mayor transparencia y participación ciudadana en la gestión ambiental. La inclusión de la participación temprana de actores de diversos sectores e integración de los lineamientos del Acuerdo de Escazú reflejan un compromiso con el acceso a la información. Este proceso de actualización es un reflejo de la evolución continua de las políticas ambientales para responder a los desafíos actuales y futuros de la protección del medio ambiente. Respecto a la gobernanza del REC en Chile, en su reglamento se creó un grupo nacional coordinador que desempeña un rol vital en la coordinación y gestión del REC, asegurando la colaboración entre el gobierno, el sector privado, la sociedad civil y la academia para una gobernanza ambiental efectiva. El REC es una herramienta integral que recopila datos sobre emisiones al aire de fuentes puntuales y no puntuales. Las fuentes puntuales incluyen emisiones declaradas por establecimientos específicos, mientras que las fuentes no puntuales abarcan actividades como el transporte, la agricultura, los incendios urbanos y forestales. El sistema de ventanilla única nace del alero del REC, como una plataforma electrónica de acceso único en los distintos sistemas sectoriales, módulos y formularios en los que los establecimientos deben reportar información sobre la normativa ambiental vigente. La ventanilla única facilita la recopilación de datos al proporcionar una plataforma electrónica unificada para el reporte de información ambiental. Los datos que se reciben en el Ministerio pasan por un riguroso proceso de mejora continua. Este proceso incluye cálculos, estimaciones y verificaciones, con el fin de asegurar la confiabilidad y calidad de la información ambiental que se genera y se almacena. Esto es fundamental para generar la confianza entre los usuarios que dependen de esta información. Con la información recolectada por el REC, se publican indicadores que están enfocados en tres componentes, principalmente aire, agua y suelo. La publicación de indicadores tiene como propósito facilitar el acceso a la información ambiental, así como proporcionar una visión general de los patrones de contaminación en el país, proporcionando información valiosa para decisiones informadas. Los datos proporcionados por el REC son utilizados por diferentes actores, según sea el propósito, los que se relacionan con la gestión y gobernanza ambiental. Como instancia de cooperación internacional, la academia, organismos públicos, la industria y la ciudadanía se presentan como los principales usuarios de los datos de REC.
Los datos del REDC son de gran utilidad para diversos actores involucrados en la gestión y gobernanza ambiental. Una forma de disponibilizar los datos es a través de plataformas web, permitiendo consagrar el derecho al acceso a la información ambiental. Es importante relevar la plataforma de la ventanilla única, portal donde principalmente los sujetos regulados ingresan a reportar sus emisiones y transferencias de contaminantes. A la fecha se encuentran registrados más de 44.000 establecimientos. El portal también les ofrece material de apoyo a través de una caja de herramientas y recientemente aplicamos las ciencias del comportamiento para fortalecer los accesos a nuestra plataforma. Por otro lado, la plataforma del REDC permite la visualización y descarga de datos abiertos y también la descarga de los informes consolidados del REDC. Es importante mencionar también la implementación de la primera plataforma de línea de base pública construida a partir de los datos aportados al REDC. La gestión de los datos da partida a diferentes productos. En este sentido, se destaca principalmente el informe consolidado del registro de emisión y transferencias de contaminantes. En particular, está dirigido a informar al público general, permitiendo una participación más activa y consciente en temas ambientales. Los datos contenidos en este informe provienen de fuentes diversas y confiables, reflejando la colaboración entre instituciones y la transparencia en la rendición de cuentas, respaldando así los principios del Acuerdo de Escazú y el derecho fundamental de la ciudadanía a acceder a información ambiental, así como lo postula el principio 10 de la Agenda 21. El reporte del estado del medio ambiente se publica anualmente y el informe del estado del medio ambiente se actualiza cada 4 años, el cual se encuentra en elaboración. Estos productos se publican de forma digital y permiten informar a la comunidad sobre el comportamiento medioambiental en Chile mediante análisis integrados. La promoción de políticas públicas sostenibles es fundamental para el desarrollo responsable y la protección del medio ambiente. Esto implica la creación de un marco que favorezca la toma de decisiones informadas en la producción y el consumo, minimizando los impactos negativos en la salud humana y en el entorno natural. La responsabilidad extendida del productor, la ley marco de cambio climático, los inventarios de emisiones, el sistema de compensaciones son algunos ejemplos de cómo el REDC se puede instrumentalizar. Es esencial que la ciudadanía tenga acceso y comprensión de la información ambiental, lo que requiere la transparencia y la facilitación de datos por parte de la industria sobre emisiones y transferencias de contaminantes. Además, es crucial generar datos robustos a partir de fuentes reguladas y no reguladas para fortalecer los registros ambientales. Para lograr los objetivos, queremos garantizar el acceso gratuito a la información ambiental a la ciudadanía. Esto incluye mejorar nuestras plataformas y datos abiertos con información descargable y actualizada, que consideren no solo la ciencia del comportamiento, sino que los desafíos que implica la nueva era digital. Pero sabemos que también es clave utilizar un lenguaje claro, que sea comprensible para todos y todas, que incluya la perspectiva de género y la dimensión territorial en el análisis de los datos. Hacia eso apuntaremos. Acciones como el fortalecimiento de capacidades y cooperación a través del desarrollo de capacitaciones, intercambio de experiencia y prácticas en derechos de acceso a la información y participación pública. Garantizar el acceso gratuito a través de la actualización de las plataformas, la disposición de los datos abiertos y el uso de un lenguaje claro. Ampliar mecanismos de acceso a través del uso de canales accesibles a comunidades. La pertinencia territorial y de género a través de la disposición de datos desagregados por territorios, incluso de la perspectiva de género. Y la transparencia activa a través de la disponibilidad de información ambiental de empresas públicas y privadas son medidas esenciales para fomentar una gestión ambiental inclusiva y transparente, permitiendo a la ciudadanía estar informada y participar activamente en la protección del medio ambiente. Estas acciones son pasos necesarios para la consolidación y promoción de un registro de emisiones y transferencias de contaminantes efectivo y participativo. Chile promueve el REDC como un instrumento estratégico que permite, a través de las comunidades, levantar narrativas basadas en evidencia desde los territorios, enmarcadas en una gestión ambiental que busca mejorar el medio ambiente y la salud de las personas. También nos facilita la construcción de nuevos registros ambientales más allá de los contaminantes, aportando una visión holística del medio ambiente. De esta manera, la actualización del reglamento del registro de emisiones y transferencias de contaminantes en el 2024 se enfocará en la incorporación de procesos de participación temprana con actores de diversos sectores para contribuir a fortalecer la democracia ambiental que rige nuestro actual Plan Nacional para la implementación del Acuerdo de Escazú en Chile. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Maritza Barrera Monserrat Rosa, por compartirnos sus experiencias con el REDSE de la práctica en Chile. Tenemos pocos minutos, ha sido una larga jornada, pero quisiéramos tener oportunidad de hacer algunas preguntas. En primer lugar, para Ms. Gabriel, voy a pasar al inglés, perdón, entiendo que no hay traducción, pero quisiera hacer la pregunta en inglés para que aborde los desafíos que en la cooperación internacional en el Caribe Oriental se han planteado. Tal vez pudiera elaborar acerca de esos desafíos. So, challenges in your experience with the implementation of international cooperation and the mechanisms that you've been discussing. Y después de eso lo abrimos a preguntas en la sala. Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for that question. Some of the challenges, as you would well imagine, the number one challenge is funding and getting support for sustainability, for the expansion of the regional environmental information system and its aligned nodes, for example, the Caribbean Protected Areas Gateway. Also having technical experts, warm bodies, and capacity is critical to ensure that the data is collected, stored, accessed, and distributed in a manner that is useful for technical persons as well as researchers, students, policymakers, and the media. Navigating the challenges of data policy restrictions and protocols to guide the classification of data so that there is controlled access to commercially sensitive information as well as information impacting national security without impinging on the public's right to access information. It's also a process that requires input from all of our stakeholders. There's a greater need for engagement with the media. I was quite pleased to see the support in the opening days so that there is more support for environmental defenders, local communities, and stakeholders and interests, and a better understanding of how these data systems and portals can be used to inform and empower the public. There must be genuine will and commitment to continue the work of managing and utilizing data for sound decision making. Data sharing agreements will expire and new persons may become involved in the process. And so the continuation of our efforts and our progress will be impacted by how countries view the critical importance of data and information in environmental governance. Data is justice, data is power, data is the triumph of intelligence over irrational thinking and guesswork. The road to justice is built on reliable and accurate data. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, General Gabriel. A modo de sobresimplificar, pero disculpas nuevamente por la falta de traducción. Los grandes desafíos hacen relación con el financiamiento, la voluntad política sostenida en el tiempo, el manejo de las políticas sobre datos y también el rol de la prensa en el empoderamiento de la sociedad civil. Ahora, antes de tal vez de abrir a preguntas a la sala, yo quisiera leer nuevamente el acuerdo de Escazú. Dice 6.4, cada parte tomará medidas para establecer un registro de emisiones y transferencia de contaminantes al aire, agua, suelo, subsuelo y de materiales y residuos bajo su jurisdicción, el cual se establecerá progresivamente y se actualizará periódicamente. Como mencionaba alguien hace un momento, esto no es una obligación de soft law, no es una declaración de principios, esto es un tratado internacional, una obligación internacional, y en su momento, por las competencias que tiene el Comité de Apoyo a la Aplicación y el Cumplimiento del Acuerdo, estas temáticas pueden encontrarse en carpeta en el archivo de ese comité. Pero hay mucho más que pudiéramos hablar, tal vez en razón del tiempo, ver en la sala si hay alguna pregunta. Veo una bandera levantada, 2 y 3, 4, y con 5, ¿no? ¿Sí? Sí. Y con eso, bueno, a la representante electa del público, vamos primero por ahí. Tiene la palabra.
Thank you, moderator. Sorry, my Spanish is very weak, so I did not fully understand your presentations. But certainly, OECS, Janelle, you could answer, and maybe the others. I got a lot of emphasis in making sure the public can use data, can access data, open online platforms, which is excellent. I'm just wondering if any of you considered how local, traditional, indigenous knowledge, citizen science might be incorporated in some of these data systems, how that could happen, whether that was considered at all. Thank you very much.
Do go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. I did mention that there are some gaps that we have observed, and certainly one of them is the impact on environmental defenders in the region. Another one is the inclusion of citizen science, and it is an area that we are looking at with the CPAD. So as we go forward, we will probably reach out to you and others to see how we can include citizen science, local observations in this data for decision making, etc. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So next on my list is distinguished delegate from Uruguay. Tiene la palabra. Muchas gracias.
Bueno, muchas gracias por la intervención, por las presentaciones. La verdad que este es un tema que tenemos también en agenda en el país y bueno, fue presentado como moción para trabajar desde el convenio para los próximos años, así que agradecemos, Uruguay agradece las presentaciones. Ahora quiero hacer dos consultas, una para México y otra para Chile. En principio, bueno, para México, preguntarle si ese registro de emisiones y transferencia de contaminantes tiene alguna definición de alcance por tipo de cargas emitidas. Y eso es una consulta concreta para México. Y para Chile, la pregunta es que, bueno, me sorprende la cantidad, la verdad, de registros que tienen establecimientos que están sometidos, esos 44.000 establecimientos, que además si lo multiplicamos por tipo de contaminante, me imagino que son una cantidad infinita de datos. Entonces la consulta viene a cómo se aseguran, digamos, la veracidad de la información, qué instrumentos o mecanismos, metodologías tienen para asegurarse de que esa información sea veraz, y bueno, si de alguna manera está articulada con algunos otros temas de fiscalización o de permisos, y también para Chile, si esa información además se vierte, no como, además de como información cruda de cantidad de cargas emitidas al ambiente, si de alguna manera tiene un procesamiento referido, por ejemplo, lo que tiene que ver con emisiones al agua, se refiere también a la contabilización por cuencas hidrográficas, si está, digamos, de alguna manera diferenciado para una evaluación más integral, digamos, por zona o por tipo de lugares que se puedan analizar. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Tal vez empezamos con la experiencia de México.
Sí, gracias por la pregunta. Efectivamente, como lo vimos rápidamente al último, el RECE tiene alcances por tipo de emisión, al aire, al agua, por tipo de sector, por entidad federativa, por estado y por municipio. También tiene alcances por tipo de sustancia. Vimos ahí el grupo de sustancias que están contempladas. Así es que se puede hacer un alcance por cada uno de los tipos.
Bueno, con respecto a la cantidad de registros que manejamos, efectivamente nosotros tenemos alrededor de 44.000 establecimientos que nos reportan la información y esos establecimientos están georreferenciados. Por lo tanto, sabemos dónde son esas descargas en el fondo y se pueden hacer distintos análisis a través de eso, y es lo que nosotros publicamos, por ejemplo, en el informe consolidado de Red C. ¿Cuál es un desafío para nosotros? Empezar a gestionar esta información de manera territorializada, bajarla directamente a las regiones y empezar a compartir esa información, pero efectivamente tenemos de dónde están las descargas y las emisiones de los distintos contaminantes que podemos capturar a través de este registro de emisión y de transferencia de contaminantes.
Solo como para complementar también, como el RECSETA desde el año 2014, que está dando información de registros ambientales a través de la ventanilla única, tenemos registros históricos. Entonces hay comparaciones respecto de cómo se va evolucionando cada uno de las emisiones, y también hay un procesamiento de datos que aproximadamente dura entre 3 meses para procesar toda la información, y tenemos un equipo que se constata constantemente de hacer la modelación y la estimación también de algunas fuentes que no son puntuales.
Muchas gracias. Hay cierta complejidad entre en las metodologías de medición y estimaciones, mucho paño que cortar ahí. El siguiente de la lista es miembro del... Tiene la palabra.
Gracias, señor moderador, y gracias a los expositores por la información que han compartido. Bueno, como ya sabemos, en la discusión anterior sobre la implementación nacional, a propuesta de Uruguay, precisamente se le ha solicitado a la Secretaría compilar las mejores prácticas sobre este tema. Y como bien señala el relator, al Comité de Apoyo a la Aplicación y el Cumplimiento le corresponde pues el rol de apoyar a los Estados parte en la implementación de esta obligación internacional establecida por el artículo 6.4 del Acuerdo de Escazú. Entonces quisiera preguntarle a los distinguidos panelistas por dónde empezamos, porque realmente sabemos que hay un montón de trabajo que hacer. Solamente estos dos países de América Latina tienen Red C, y ellos tuvieron que empezar de cero. Bueno, de pronto no, porque había registros de algunas cosas como nos han explicado, pero bueno, donde no hay registros, probablemente, o donde no existe una actividad industrial que reporta algo. Digo, sabemos que hay reportes sobre varios convenios por otras razones distintas a las de los Red C, pero donde no hay reportes, digámoslo así, ¿por dónde podríamos empezar? Y lo pregunto porque el comité está trabajando en su plan de trabajo, precisamente, para los próximos 2 años, y sería bueno que tengamos una idea concreta de por dónde podemos apoyar mejor a los Estados parte para cumplir con esta obligación. Muchas gracias a todos.
Muchas gracias al miembro del comité. ¿Hay una reflexión que quisiera compartir? Sí, gracias.
Sí, yo quisiera responder o reaccionar rápidamente a que por dónde empezamos. Creo que es muy pertinente en este momento la observación que Uruguay hizo en la mañana, con un seminario, con una exposición de los países que tienen o que tenemos experiencia en ello, para poder evitar inventar el agua tibia y el hilo negro, para poder aprovechar experiencias, para poder capitalizar lecciones aprendidas. Y creo yo que por dónde nos lo resuelve un mapa, y el mapa que las colegas chilenas mostraron respecto a los avances es un buen inicio para poder identificar en qué países podemos avanzar.
Muchas gracias, distinguido delegado de Ecuador. Tiene la palabra.
Gracias, estimado Marco. Felicitarles realmente
a la presidencia, al liderazgo de haber contemplado una sesión, ya aunque sea tarde, una sesión tan importante como el acceso a la información. Realmente todos hablamos, si no hay información no podemos tomar decisiones acertadas. Y yo, antes de hacer una pregunta, más bien quiero instar a todos quienes estamos en el cumplimiento del Acuerdo de Escazú, que promovamos las fortalezas y las sinergias necesarias para poder llevar a cabo este compromiso tan importante. Si no hubiera información, un modelo de gobernanza y democratización de la información, difícilmente podemos hablar de participación ciudadana en temas ambientales. Difícilmente podemos hablar de los temas de los derechos en justicia ambiental o precisamente hablábamos de estadísticas cuando establecíamos temas de defensores y defensoras ambientales. Entonces, más allá de eso, ya lo decía Francisco, los registros administrativos son muy importantes. Sin embargo, una fuente no tradicional para mejorar y fortalecer nuestras estadísticas, nuestros indicadores en el marco de la gestión ambiental e hídrica de cada uno de nuestros países es la fuente de percepción remota. Aquellas imágenes satelitales que nos permiten ver cuál es el estado del recurso natural, cómo se está desarrollando, cómo está la superficie boscosa, cómo están cada una de las unidades hidrográficas de nuestros países, cómo está la deforestación, viendo a través de la presión o el incremento de la población. Entonces, simplemente querer resaltar la necesidad de fortalecer cada uno de estos mecanismos dentro de nuestras instituciones o de nuestros países para llegar a cabo una forma diferente de presentar los datos. Y sí, efectivamente, hay algo que también les invito a trabajar y a fortalecer dentro de nuestras áreas, es la forma de difundir los datos. Muchas veces graficamos o presentamos una gráfica tendencial que a veces es difícil para poder entender la ciudadanía que no tiene muchos espacios o que está al día a día como nosotros. Para nosotros puede ser fácil ver cómo crece y decrece una línea. Sin embargo, si ciudadanizamos o potabilizamos esta información y la ponemos de una forma gráfica, visual, para todos, creo que va a ser mucho más entendible y sensibilizar a la ciudadanía y así poder llegar a esas metas o resultados que queremos. Simplemente busquemos la forma de continuar trabajando en información, que es la base de todos los procesos ambientales e hídricos, y lo cual nos invita el Acuerdo de Escazú. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Ya estamos en los descuentos de nuestra sesión especial. Tenemos la última pregunta.
Perdón, muchas gracias. Sí, solo para hacerla muy rápido. Aquí hemos escuchado de varias comunidades, defensores que ven afectados por la contaminación en sus territorios. Entonces me preguntaba para esas comunidades que nos preguntan, digamos, ¿cuál es el cambio que nos trae Escazú en relación a los REDSEC? ¿Cómo estos registros previenen la contaminación o impactan la situación de contaminación que viven estas comunidades? Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Mira, yo creo que principalmente los REDSEC lo que nos permiten es localizar donde tenemos a lo mejor como cápsulas de ciertas emisiones y transferencias de contaminantes. Por lo tanto, nos permite gestionar a través de los distintos instrumentos que tenemos a nivel nacional, por ejemplo, donde se podría focalizar un nuevo proyecto. Por lo tanto, permite de cierta forma prevenir que estos lugares que están altamente contaminados o que están saturados, ¿cierto?, se vean afectados como un instrumento de gestión, el REDSEC.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, entonces para ir cerrando por el tiempo, perdón, que me dicen en Secretaría que tenemos que cerrar. Para ir cerrando, quisiera hacer eco y recalcar un par de puntos. Primero, que aquí estamos frente a una gran oportunidad de canalizar recursos de la cooperación internacional, la oportunidad de intercambio de experiencias a nivel de la región. Segundo, que como hacía la última pregunta, no es solamente acerca de saber cuánto estamos sufriendo de contaminación, sino un mandato de prevención, de control de contaminación, de reducción de contaminantes y de esa manera también evaluar la progresividad y efectividad de las medidas de protección ambiental. Y en ese sentido, la implementación de lo que es el derecho a un medio ambiente sano. Este no es una herramienta de algunos países de la OSDE, es un elemento de lo que es el derecho de toda persona a vivir en un medio ambiente sano. Con eso quisiera agradecerles a nuestros panelistas en esta sesión especial, a la paciencia que han tenido todos de quedarse hasta ahora, pedir las disculpas por la falta de traducción, pero por lo menos entiendo que hay un cóctel esperándonos afuera, así que muy bienvenidos para hacer esa transición. Muchas gracias.
Colegas, efectivamente, sorry, colleagues and friends, there is a cocktail in the same place as yesterday, offered by the Fundación 4. And also, please remember that tomorrow we start at 9. There are some changes in the schedule that you can find in the webpage of the COP. Disfrutemos ahora del cóctel.